Is it, are you a Nigerian? Who is a Nigerian? Because when they look at a Nigerian and say you are a foreigner in Lagos, you are a foreigner in Abuja, you are a foreigner in Kaduna, but you're supposed to be a Nigerian. Now, tell me, what is the need? Continue listening, please. This is election campaign. It's an order. They are ordering you, threatening, menacing, which they will carry out in a case of local government area of Lagos State. Listen.
If you have any other party in mind, as a Nigeria, I am not holding you, but make sure you are far away from Bara. Just give gap very well from Bara. You want to vote Labour Party, you want to vote PDP, it will not be here.
Are you hearing it? This is election campaign in Nigeria, in one darkness called Nigeria, a zoo, in Lagos. This is an electioneering campaign. If you don't want, everybody must vote for so candidates, APC. That is the rule. That is how other people, other countries do election. Presidential election, you don't even know that they are holding elections. People go at their free will to make their choice out of conviction of who they want to vote for. But here in Nigeria, they force you to vote for who they want you to vote for. This is happening in Lagos. Continue listening.
That is, you see, election has been coming and going. We have never done this kind of polling before. But this one is a directive. As I am talking to you,
it's a directive. He said this one is a directive. It's a directive. So that is delivering the message. It's a directive. And it's not something that you joke with. It's a very serious issue. European Union election monitors, they are there in Nigeria. They are there. Katrina Lang is there listening, orchestrating all these things because there is a standard for the orangutan monkeys called Nigerians. In his way, that is the way she believes it. There is a standard. Can you hear this type of iota of message like this? Or a campaign like this in London, in any part of the United Kingdom? Can you hear it? In any part of America? Where, people, maybe in California, they'll tell you that, look, if you are living here, you have to vote for our candidate. Otherwise, you pack away from California. If you are in Texas, you have to get out. If you don't vote for our candidate, you can go for any other place. Do you see why Nigerians are relegated to animals? This is a proof. Last time, I think 2019, the Oba of Lagos gathered the Igbos. Igbo Igbo na Lagos. Timbers and calibers with shameless people, and insulted them. You must vote for who I choose, otherwise I will throw all of you into the lagoon. He said it without fear, fear or favor. All of them were there. Whenever you watch that video, you pity our people. I'm telling you. Some of them but being slaves, they cannot talk. They are laughing black laugh. Do you see what we are talking about? Can you ever gather people, for example, gather Hausa people in Owerri and tell them that you have to vote for this person, otherwise you move away from Owerri, from Wedra Road, from Owerri. Otherwise you go to your place. You go back to, you call them a foreigner. In their own, in the country, they are citizens. Can it happen? If it happens, if ever any statement of that, you see, fire and brimstone will start raining immediately. But you know, Modibo now, they are nothing. You have to gather them in Lagos and give them command. But listen to what he's saying, please. Let me not interrupt again, but listen. Continue listening.
Even by being a person is at stake. The status of my children is at stake. If you people fumble, and that is why I'm not going to look at it that way. I will not allow you to jeopardize my own future and the future of my own children.
So they must vote for the person of your choice. That is it. Otherwise, jeopardizing his own personal future is more important than everybody's future. So that is Nigeria. That is the democracy in Nigeria. That is it. And the European Union election monitors, they are there. American election monitoring teams, they are there in Nigeria. That is the most absurd part of it. Tomorrow they will come and lecture us about democracy, about the rule of law, about how things should, you have to be a capitalist in order to belong to the world order. That is it. Now they are openly threatening African governments not to make any choice. You must you must follow your colonizers. You must follow the West. Otherwise, they are now, the West, America, they have made it open that any other choice you want to make, any other partnership you want to make apart from them, America or Europe, that you will not, things will not be easy for you, which means they will do what they did to Haiti. It doesn't hurt them. They are like that. Haiti was blockaded and forced to pay through their nose. And that is why Haiti today is a quagmire. Haiti. When people don't understand the histories behind many things. Do you understand? That is why Haiti today is a quagmire. Because of the West, because of America, Britain, France, the Europeans and Americans. They made Haiti that's supposed to be developed, that's supposed to be an advanced country today. They push them back to Stone Age, which they are today. The same thing they are threatening Africa, the whole African continent, African countries. Today the West is threatening them. You don't have to make any choice of your own. Okay? You must be with us, otherwise you see jihadists everywhere in the Sahel. They will intensify their fight. It tells you all you need to know, that after all, what is happening in the Sahel, Boko Haram and these ISIS and all of them are being supported by these Western countries. That is the reality, in order to bleed Africa. It's true. They are there in Nigeria, and all these things are taking place. Tomorrow they will come. This is a free and fair election. Anyway, there are just some portions of election malpractices. Few Neanderthals were slaughtered. No problem about it. We know, but it doesn't affect the overall result of the election. So it's free and fair. And they will give the standard, the lowest standard, with which they judge Africans. And monkeys will clap. Democracy. This is your democracy. Let's continue listening.
So, gentlemen, I don't know what you want to do, because as it is, we are here now. You have all failed. You have all failed, and you are ready to battle with us. We are also ready. We are also ready. For the few, about 5 or 10 of you that have to be this that are voting here, we will identify you. The rest, you can no longer stay with us. I am sorry. You will do your needful.
If you don't vote there, you are living there, you don't vote there and vote for their choice candidates, they have to force you out. They will slaughter you. That is the threat. That is what it means. They say it's pump and play. Continue listening.
Thank you very much. I greet everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. You are welcome to this very important meeting. The meeting is important because it has to do with the life of Nigeria and Nigerians. It has to do with the life of Nigeria and Nigerians. How our country can be better from what it is presently. And as my brother has said, this is Biafra community, Lagos State. I know many of you come from different places, north, east, south, and the rest, even southwest, Ogun State, Oyo, and the likes. And you are here in Lagos State. You are doing your business peacefully. Nobody is disturbing you. When you finish your business every day, you go to your various locations where you reside. Sleep there, take your money there. The next day you come here. Nobody has been disturbing you.
So what these people are insinuating is Nigeria is not one. It's just like doing window display. It's an illusion. Because when you can tell a citizen of a country that, oh, you come here, they are paying their dues or their taxes, everything, and you do your business, and nobody is disturbing you. Ask what type of disturbance? What should is the law not for everybody? Which means there is nothing like Nigeria. It's just a fantasy. It's an illusion created by Britain, which we have been talking about. Because our people, Mazi Namdekano, he shouted and pleaded and cajoled and did everything, cried for us to have a brain, for us to have sense. Nigeria is not a country. You understand? Nigeria is not a country. When election comes, people will be forced to openly. You will listen to what this man says. You will listen. Continue listening, please. I will not preempt.
It is because of what? It is because the people of Para are peaceful people. It is because Lagos State is okay. If Lagos State is not okay, many of you will not be able to come. If Lagos State is not okay, some will come and immediately they will run back to their states and say, that place is a no-go area. Even as we are talking in Lagos State, there are some parts of Lagos State that you cannot even stay anyhow. Before you know, people do any sort of things. But here, people of Etios and Bara in particular, we are peace loving, we accommodate everybody. I know many people, this Baba has been with us for a very long years. I know so many people that come here as child like this. Now they have built houses in Lagos State. They have built houses in their country, in their states, and every other place. They are doing business. It is because Lagos State is okay. Look at Haider. Look at Timber. Look at so many other people. But we do not disturb. We have been accommodating, we have been playful, we have been friends with you all the time. But this time around, as you have been benefiting from us, we also want to benefit from you. This time around. And that's the only thing that can cause problem between yourself and us. Because as he has said, we have been mandated to talk to you. If we have not called you to talk to you, you say, after all, they did not call us. And if they have called us, we have done what they wanted us to do. And that is why we are calling you. We are begging you now. We are appealing to you. We are seeking your conscience. That for Lagos State to continue to be peaceful, for Etios to continue to be peaceful, for people, all of you in Biafra, to continue to live peacefully and be doing your business, and for Nigeria as a whole. Because let us look at it. Since 1999, when people are talking that it is Chinedu that rewarded Lagos, some other people are saying trash. We know how Lagos was before 1999. Many of you that have been to Owajebule, many of you that have been to Bariga, you know how all those places are. They are slums. Many that have been in Moshi, those places are slums. Many that have been in Ladipo is even a local area there. But look at all those places today. It is because somebody has done the groundwork for Lagos to continue to exist and progress all the time, daily and daily. And that's why many people are coming. I can say that before anybody in Nigeria thinks of going abroad, the first thing of coming to Lagos. Is that not so? The first thing of coming to Lagos, when they are able to make some living enough money, they will not say, yes, at least I've tried. Let me go to US, let me go to London, let me go to so many other places. It is because the people of Lagos State are accommodating, the government of Lagos State are doing what is right. I don't want to talk about other states. What I want to tell you, and I know, as he has said, that those of you that has PVCs, some I know many of you have it, and you don't have to tell us that you have it. What we are going to do, because I know that some of you may not be voting here, but you will be voting in different other places. For you to continue to do business here, we must see who you voted for.
Are you hearing?
We must see it, we must see it. And when you are voting, you have your phone. You can snap the party you voted for. It's a secret ballot. You collect you do your bimodal, you take your card, you vote. When you vote, snap what you where you voted for. If you do not say APC there, you are in trouble. You will fight. Tell your mama to snap it for you. I don't know, but what we are saying, this is not a threat. Let me know, it's not a threat, so we are telling you the facts. If you think you want to do it on your own way, do it. We are not agreeing with you. It's not a threat. Wherever you are doing your business, you are able to feed your family, your wife, and send your children to school. Whatever you do in that place, you have to do it. Because if those people did not accommodate, you won't be able to stay there and be doing your business. And that's what we are telling you. If you want to continue to do your business here and do it peacefully and honestly and take the gains to your state, do what you want to do. Do what we have asked you to do. Go to the party that we have been going. Unlike before, we do go and beg. Please, we are not begging this time around. We are not begging. What we are saying is just the fact. It's just the fact. Except you feel that you are okay with whatever you have done in fact. And you are going to another place. You all know how that is. As one person is living by, 10 people are coming. No be so. If one person lives by today, 20 people must to come to burial. It's not my own. It's not above them. I so whatever we are doing in Lagos State, let us do it together so that everybody will continue to live very peacefully and happy.
Have you listened to your presidential election campaign, democracy campaign? You know, Igbo people, sometimes I'm not exempted. I'm telling you, very, very humiliating. In Lagos, they will tell you who to vote for. In the north, in Kaduna, Kano, they will menace you, tell you who to vote for, otherwise they will cut off your neck. And you will do it. In a country that you supposedly you're a citizen. What is slavery? Tell me what again is slavery? Sometimes, our situation. You want to be frustrated. Do you know the frustration? Not because of what the others are doing, but our own people don't understand the situation we are in inside Nigeria. They don't understand. That is why I name Nigeria. She will say something very deep that people should listen to. He said, Yoruba man, yes. But truth doesn't have color, neither ethnicity. The people you are calling this and that. Does it make any sense? They are, tools of the politicians. They are politicians, Nigerian political tools. In order to gather, they dance from one place to one politician to another. Because they are being owned by politicians. Have you forgotten how Joe Iboko wanted to bribe Sampe Master into submission when he sang Biafra Natago? Have you forgotten? You know, I said it here, that this is how they scavenge for musicians in our land. Any upcoming musician, talent, now they go hijack, catch him young, catch them young. They will tell you, we will support you, we will make you rich, don't worry, but we give you a place, don't go. There are places where you should not sing your music. You can sing about sing about anything. Boys and girls are now but we will tell you where not to go. Anything politics, don't enter there. Yes, sir. I can't go promote. During election campaign, they use them. But Shehu said it. They don't near him. They don't play his music in Nigerian radios. Do you understand? Don't you ask yourself why? Because he's saying he cannot be pocketed like many others. You understand? Like many others. He can never be pocketed like very cheap people. You people, all of you knows. Sampe Master refused 30 million naira. He rejected it, and they tried to kill him several times. If it is somebody as cheap as all others, today he will be booming. Any political campaign, he will come and support this person. Now, most people are now intoxicated. No more brain in many of our people's heads. No, they don't reason with bread any longer. Intoxication is once you are intoxicated, your brain doesn't work again until you now become yourself. Your brain will come back and you start saying, wow, what happened? The same way 2019, Nigerians we are intoxicated. Buhari will come and become 2015. He is this, he is a general, ex-general. He will do this. Today, that intoxication went out. He fizzled out 2019. But they knocked them. They say, we gave you drink before and you intoxicated. They knocked them. This time around 2019, no person was given any intoxication drug or drink. No, they were knocked out. There's a place you will hit somebody in the cheek. The person will go into a coma for some few minutes. That is how they were knocked out. 2019. That time, 2015 was intoxication by hard drug, which is election. Now 2019, they say they want to react to come say no before we made me. They knocked them out. They knocked Nigerians out. They knocked them out, and they did what they did, and they say if you don't like it, go to hell. Now it is now another intoxication. Election. People no more have their brains intact. They no more have their brains intact until when they finish. After 1 year, everybody's eye will open. Say, now wow, now mistake. Nobody can fix Nigeria. You can have good intention as a human being. It doesn't matter. People should reason. Nobody can fix Nigeria. It doesn't matter how good you are. Because Nigeria, how they created Nigeria is another intention. They have another motive. Britain have another motive of, harvesting raw materials, both human beings and non-human things, or inorganic materials, all raw. That is the reason. But you, as human beings, you supposed to redefine and say, ask yourself, but who is a Nigerian? This one, we are election. Who is a Nigerian first? Today in Lagos, they are telling you are no more a Nigerian. Lagos, you are a foreigner in Lagos. You are no more a Nigerian. You is no more a Nigerian thing. Lagos it belongs to people. So if for you to stay and do business in Lagos, you must vote for who they want you to vote for. Do you see what you are saying? Do you see? That is what Shehu is trying to say. That nobody can fix Nigeria. It doesn't matter who. The only thing is referendum. Let people go their way and develop in their own paces. That is the message of that young man. But people are using emotion. Our people sometimes, not sometimes, our people are highly emotional. Hey, what are not? How many times? How many people? How many Igbo musicians have been singing? I mean, big musicians singing about what is really transpiring in Nigeria. The situation of people. Do me, I do you. This and that. Oh, Igbo musicians. Look at this Nigeria Jaga Idrissa. It's not an Igbo man, he's a Yoruba man. Shehu, it's not an Igbo man, he's a Yoruba man. So I kind of walk on 1 year, honestly speaking. Nwada, please, if you want come in here, please, just few minutes, let us enter into the business of the day. Nwada, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Mazi.
Yeah, Nwada, go on, please. Just preamble.
Good afternoon, Mazi, Jonathan. Good afternoon, my fellow Biafrans. Good afternoon, leadership from Mohammadike 1 of Biafra land to DOS, to each and every one of us. Welcome to Radio Biafra. My name's Mariam Haider. I am from Umunoha. Umunoha is an in-between local government of Biafra land. But today, I'll be opportune to speak to all of us from the United States of America. So welcome to the program. Wishing you all that we all relax and then enjoy what's coming out. Quickly, let me interject or add one or two things to this trending news, the voice note you just played. My take to it is these. Now, those the guys there were Yorubas, and it is obvious you don't need to be a rocket scientist to discern or understand that all the references made to the people that have come to be trading, which is our people, if they don't adhere and vote for Jagaban, they were going to be dealt with. Now, the argument one must ask, or few arguments one must bring in, which I brought to my mind when I heard this. Where are the Igbo elites? Has any Igbo person asked this question, contracted it? The answer is no, and none of them will do that, or even highlight it. Has any media in Nigeria brought this? This is what is supposed to be trending, because they're all talking about one Nigeria. And you are in this Nigeria where a section of people, a particular group of people, are telling you that unless you vote for their candidate, because that candidate is from their own tribe, you're going to be dealt with and slaughtered. You never had it. But what you're hearing in the news is some trivial issues. These are national news that people are supposed to be listening from all over the world. Shame on every Nigerian media personnel. I must say this. Now, they claim they have a president who has said that, or continue to say that, the splitting of Nigeria is non-negotiable. He said one Nigeria list. Where is he? In fact, this is election coming in. Has anybody heard or seen their president come to make a press conference? No. This statement, this voice note, you and I, and every one of us are listening, is called national emergency. It requires the president, it requires the members of House of Senate, those who claim to be stakeholders in Nigeria, to come out, admonish this, condemn it from every ramification or totality, and assure their so-called war Nigerians. But you will never hear that, because it's a bigger conspiracy. The individual who said these things, or the individual who made those statements, they told you it's not like before. I'm not going to hide myself, so it's not hiding. These are the same individuals that could go to Kenya with their so-called intelligence, abduct Ohamadike. These are the same DSS who will be ravaging Biafra land, abducting our young men and women, detaining them just because they confess they are Biafrans, even those who are not even Biafrans. We're not even talking about member of IPOB, just because you're a Biafran. But somebody in somewhere in Yoruba land made this incendiary pronouncement. You will not hear in the media, neither will you hear about DSS going to fish out this individual or at least question him. It will never happen. One of our great Mazi just wore a dress. Let us remember these things. That has the colors of Biafran flag. He was humiliated at Onitsha until there was an uproar before they let him go. And wearing that uniform was not a threat to anybody. But this voice note has been viral. It's a threat to their so-called democracy and one Nigeria must stay together. But you will never hear any official, either from Biafra land or so. But why would they make such a statement? Why would such voice note not be trending? Why would the person not be bold? I happen to be watching, I believe, the burial of Chief Obiozo. May his soul rest in peace. Because I have nothing against the dead. And this, our particular Mazi, an elder that has his beard is white. I don't think it's SDP if I'm wrong. If somebody correct me. I listened to his rendition. He gave, a eulogy I meant to say, he gave on behalf of Obiozo. At the end, he concluded that Igbos and Yorubas are stupid. I believe it was the same Mazi who went and knelt down and said that we must break the house before we can be president. I believe it's the same Mazi. I believe that. So now you have your elite behaving this way. You have somebody like Umar, he's saying that Ebonyi State is not an Igbo land, that he must deliver it to APC. You have somebody like Uzodimba working assiduously, cleaning house, because he wants to deliver APC to who? Imo State to APC. You have Uzokano, his own agenda. Why am I bringing this argument? If your own people don't even recognize you, don't even believe in you, does not protect you, even speak on your behalf, argue, contest, why do you expect somebody else to care for you? These are questions we must ask ourselves. Our businesses have been burnt. We are burnt. Numerous of them were burnt. Alaba Market, Oshodi, all those. Did any Igbo extraction, somebody, a leader from Igbo extraction or Biafran extraction, challenge the status quo? Why are you destroying our businesses? This is the life wire of our people. No. Even when it's done in our own communities. No, it's the same governors who are supposed to be the protectors of the people are the one bringing the military to destroy the community, creating ID camps. And everybody's just sitting quiet. So my question I'm asking is, why are we talking about people that have made them to understand? Nietiala issued a statement that they were going to ban food coming from the north. Food blockade. If any hyenas, these are the hyenas that go to kill our people, that if any of them are touched, they were going to. Did any Eastern person challenge them? But they made that threat. And then you see our own people running helter-skelter, trying to accommodate them, apologizing and pleading. Now, another question I want to bring is, all the people that we're talking about and who had alliances with the Yoruba movement, I expect them to come up and speak. Because after the so-called, with the power, whatever, Tintoy or whatever they made the alliance, they were gallivanting all over the the news media, how they have forged this great alliance to exit Nigeria. Is it not the same tribe we're talking about? Is it not, even though I'm not blanketing every Yoruba person, but I'm expecting the Yorubas who, if they are one of them who do not believe in this voice note, I expect them to rise up and condemn it. Not that it's going to change anything, but at least let's do the speaking part of it. So what am I saying? Until we begin to appreciate who we are, nobody is coming to defend us. Nobody will appreciate us. Nobody, and we should not expect it. Okay? But let's look at even the bigger picture. When I listen to that, what came to my mind, and I'm going to exit quickly. These individuals that made the argument on that voice note, their argument is because they are Yoruba, and Jagaban is Yoruba, right? But the individual is telling you he's a Christian. So now, he doesn't even know that it's being used. Okay? His defense is for a Muslim Yoruba. But they kept his eye on the tribal manipulation. He's a Yoruba man. He's one of me. That's why the individual must be defending him, because he said he tried to say he was a Christian there. But the question you ask yourself, Jagaban himself that is promoting, the people that are pulling the strings, the cabals, the Muslim Fulani cabals, they are using Jagaban because he's a Muslim. Pay attention to this argument. They are using him as a Muslim to penetrate the Yoruba land for total domination because of his gullibility. But then this brother is seeing Jagaban as a fellow Yoruba to galvanize for support. But at the end of the day, who is going to be the winner? The cabals who are pulling these strings, because all they want to do now is to use that religion and tribe to totally subjugate and dominate Yoruba. Can they see it? No. I'm going to move this because coming to our subject matter. This is why we are telling people, unless we have that particular belief we call our own religion, it's a matter of time. This Fulani cabal that chase masters when it comes to politics, daily politics. In fact, they play the dirtiest one. That is why they begin to penetrate our communities, installing emirs, building mosques, translating the Quran into Igbo language. It's going to be a matter of time. You will see your own Igbo brother, because he's a Muslim, he'll be ruling for another Muslim because they are of the same belief. But that brother will not know who is a Muslim. He doesn't know that he's being used as the cabals to galvanize his people through tribalism. I hope I'm being plain. I don't want to complicate, because this is very important. That's why we must have a mantra, a North Star, irrespective of our belief. Because if Nigeria, as a country, they claim their diversity in strength, that they see Nigeria, that entity, whatever the name is, as their mantra, as their North Star, somebody cannot be playing politics in a tribalistic way or because of religion. The only thing that would have mattered to everybody today would have been, we want Nigeria. I'm a Nigerian, you're a Nigerian, we must get it right. But no, the reality is this: we are tribalistic in nature, and nothing has, in fact, we have even the gulf between all of us have widened. So we must exit. Every other tribe, it looks like they got it. The only tribe that is still have their heads buried under the sand like ostrich is the Biafrans targeting the Igbos. Mazi, I'm going to back off from there because we have a whole lot to bring.
Of course, we have.
Welcome you all to Radio Biafra again on this Saturday, and let's chill back and then relax and enjoy these topics and all the
of course. Before I continue, let me say this, because I will also read the IPOB press release concerning our leaders' health. We condemn and we demand the immediate release of many of our people languishing in Nigerian dungeons in different parts of Nigeria. In Niger State. Even one of our brothers that was abducted, the boy Fiagulere. Many of you might know him. He used to call here for revealing things that are being done, the evil that are being committed by the Nigerian police, or cause of SARS. The same SARS that people demonstrated, died for to be removed. But still they are there, killing our people. This our brother was picked up just for nothing since 2 weeks now. Obuefi Agule. And he has been there in the DSS, SARS dungeon. And IPOBM branch has discovered that many of our people, even some of them that we thought that have died, many of our people, they have been languishing in different jails, military barracks in Niger State, in Kaduna, many northern military barracks. So, Nigeria should act responsibly, which she is not anyway, because the Fulani, they don't obey court order. They don't understand what is called the modern governance. They don't understand it. Everything about them is primordial. Caliphate. Emirate. The Caliphate ISIS. Have you forgotten some years back when ISIS, Islamic State of the Levant, ISIL, when during Obama regime, when they invaded and formed the caliphate, they don't count on borders, on the established borders of Iraq, Syria, Turkey, or other places. No, they formed their caliphate. That is how the Fulani thought the world is. That primitive medieval period of time. They take our people, many of our people that we thought that they are dead. Many of them are languishing in jails, not even in dungeons. We don't call them jails, no. These are dungeons where there is no respect for human life, where people are left to die slowly. But we know them. As we have discovered, many of them, Nigeria will no more have any excuse not to release them. I'm telling you. And for those of you that is threatening our lawyer, Ejiofor, we know many of you, we know all of you, forget. IPOB is the people. It doesn't matter, you max yourself, you max your voice, change your voice, or use the electronic to change your voice to threaten Mazi Ejiofor, our counsel, our lawyer. Know that we know you. You can talk on internet, you can talk, on WhatsApp, thinking that nobody knows you. We know you. We are watching. Desist from that evil path you are treading. Because if IPOB catches you, of course we shall catch you. That time you start confessing that, oh, Mojo Menegi, now you have your sense. There is nothing like Mojo Imegi. No. Our lawyer should never be threatened. That is it. And that is QED. Let me read IPOB latest press release. VSS lied. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's medical needs are not met in DSS dungeon because the DSS, they are lying that they are doing everything to take care of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our leader, that all his medical needs are being met. That is lie from the pit of hell. The attention of the global movement and family of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB under the able leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been drawn to the insulting and provocative statements credited to the infamous DSS agents that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is being properly taken care of inside their dungeon by the lawless DSS criminal agency. Again, we want Biafrans, Nigerians, and the international community to know that Nigerian Department of State Services, DSS, has continued to deny Mazi Nnamdi Kanu access to his personal doctor as ordered by the court, and has not provided him with his medical records either. He is not being provided with his prescription medication regularly. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is still being starved because his feeding has also not improved. According to IPOB lawyer Barrister Jofo and others who visited Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, on Thursday, the 9th of February 2023, there is no improvement in the deteriorating health condition. Our leader's health is deteriorating daily inside DSS solitary confinement, while DSS continues to defy the judgment and the legitimate orders of courts of competent jurisdiction. The spurious claim, therefore, made by the lawless DSS that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is properly being taken care of medically is not just an insult to the sensibilities of Biafrans, but very provocative as well. IPOB has maintained a peaceful and non-violent stance in our movement and struggle to restore Biafra, and we intend to continue the peaceful agitation for Biafra independence referendum. But this peaceful struggle will not be guaranteed if anything happens to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the DSS dungeon. If anything untoward happens to our leader in the hands of the Nigerian government and DSS, it will be a tit for tat towards any individual, group, and institution that is involved in the kidnap and the extraordinary rendition of our leader from Kenya to Nigeria, and much, much, much more. We have consistently urged and demanded that the Nigeria government should stop its flagrant disregard to court orders and judgments, ordering the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally, such as that given by Abuja Appeal Court, or return Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to Kenya as ordered by the Umuahia High Court. But the Nigerian government has continued to ignore this demand and is rather making a mockery of the judiciary. We are putting the world and every country and organization remotely interested in the affairs of Nigeria on notice that keeping mute at this level of injustice being meted out, in particular to the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and generally to the Biafran people, should be reminded that their silence will certainly precipitate a disorderly implosion of the contraption called Nigeria. Once again, we call on the American government and her embassy, British government and her commissioner in Abuja, Russia government and her embassy in Abuja, Israeli government and her embassy in Abuja, German government and her embassy in Abuja, Canadian government and her embassy in Abuja, Australian government and her embassy in Abuja, UN office in Abuja, EU office in Abuja, ECOWAS office in Abuja, EU office in Abuja, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Inter-Society in Nigeria, and other reputable human rights organizations to prevail on the Nigeria government to understand the urgency and imperativeness of releasing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu forthwith and unconditionally, so that he can properly attend to his deteriorating health situation and avoid the very dire consequences that is staring at all of us in the face. Comrade Emma Powerful, Media and Publicity Secretary for IPOB. Our leader is still undergoing torture. His health is deteriorating, and the Nigerian government should do the needful to avoid had I known. That is only the message. And let me say also, what the Fulanis are doing in our land. The other time they are talking about crowning the Emir of Aba. Emir of Aba. Of Aba Emirate Council, or Emirate Councils of Nigeria. And we salute the courage of the governor of Aba to disband that rubbish. Let me tell you, they have done this in Delta. They call it Emir of Asaba. Listen, people don't understand what these people are doing. This, if they do Emir of Asaba, they don't say Emir of Fulani in Asaba. Just like we have a Ezendibo in Lagos. We have Ezendibo in Castina, in Kaduna. That is Ezendibo. He didn't say Eze Ndi Castina. Do you see the difference? All these things, when they form all these things, they take all these records and go to OIC headquarters, to go to Jeddah and show them proof that they are doing the work of Fulanizing through Islamizing everybody in Nigeria. That they have now Emir of Asaba, they have now Emir of Aba. So money will be flowing to them to continue what they are doing. People don't understand this. People don't understand this. Immediately they finish the video, they take the papers, they put it, and now they are about will be under Emirate Council. You don't understand it. They have the same way they have emirs in many Middle Beltan provinces. That is the same way they are encroaching. The other day when they give you, the kings in Delta, they give them money and some cows. They tell, don't worry, let them do Emir of Asaba. Now they come and coronate Emir of Asaba. And our people don't reason. They are blinded with money and just meat only. That's why I say our people are primitive. Still primitive Homo sapiens, I'm telling you. Ordinary ammo that is disgusting to so many people today. You will pushing Emir of Aba, Emir of Asaba, Emir of Enugu. They don't say Emir of Fulani in Enugu. That is a different thing altogether. After all, we have Eze Ndibo na Lagos. It's not Eze Ndi Lagos. People should read between the lines. As they are doing this, they are compiling the documents and taking it to Saudi Arabia, taking it to Jeddah, taking it to OIC that what they are financing is working. This is what they are doing. People don't know, but we know. Therefore, we salute the governor of Abia, for abolishing that rubbish they want to do. Because he released a press statement about it, that he disbanded all those rubbish. Emir of Aba. What a rubbish, what an insult. If you want, they can do Emir of Fulani in Aba. It's a total different thing altogether. So we should continue, and we must continue. As I said, we will continue on our topic of Saturday last week. From under upholding our values, fundamentals to peace and unity. The second part, fundamentals to peace and unity. What I started by saying that, look, we can never have peace and unity as you are singing in the Nigerian anthem. That is deception. You can never have it under foreign ideology, under foreign religion. It is impossible. The peace and unity that we deserve must come through our values, because that is what is going to put us together. One belief system, one thing. It's natural to us. Nobody will now start calling another person unbeliever. No, because he didn't believe. No. Do you see the reason why Japan made sure to resist Christianity for more than 250 years? Do you see the reason? You know, if we are talking, I don't know, some people on I used to see it. I used to see even some messages I used to receive, but it doesn't matter. Some people, they don't understand. You know, what we are doing is to make sure revealing things that are hidden to the general public. Do you understand? As I played the clip before, the man, he said it, which I have preached here several times. The letter of King Leopold to the missionaries in Africa. You know what he told them? He said, your mission in Africa is not to teach them about God, though, because they know God more than you. Go and Google it. It is revealed. It is in Google. It's there. Because how this letter was revealed, I think 1930s, one Congolese who is an ardent Christian, so-called an ardent Christian, he was being given a Bible by a missionary. That without knowing that a copy of that letter of King Leopold, because it is a guideline to the missionaries that we are preaching, that we are installing in Congo. You know, King Leopold gave them a task. King Leopold was the king of the second, Leopold II. He gave them blueprint of what to. He told them things to the way, the blueprint to follow in this their mission in Africa. So a copy of that letter was in the Bible. I'm telling you how this letter came out in the open, because it was something secret. Had it been, it was not open, people would be doubting it. That man received that Bible and thanked the missionary. You know, on reaching home, he opened it and saw that letter, and he was surprised. He reported this to the authorities. From there now they published it. That is how we are able to get this thing in the internet today. So it is something that is authentic. King Leopold II told them, say, look, the missionaries that are bringing Christianity to you, Christianity that people are ready to die for, Africans, doctors want to die for, only defend Jesus. He said, don't preach to these people about God, because they know God more than you. Now, if somebody is gay, if a missionary that is supposed to preach to you about God, now he was given this instruction, say, look, we know these people, where you are going, they know God more than you, because they are even highly spiritual more than you. It's not why we are sending you. Your mission is different. We Christianize them, make them dumb. That is the reason why you are Christianizing them, nothing more. It's not that they don't worship God. They know God more than you. Preach to them that places, all those places they say if they slap you here, turn the other side. Preach to them where they tell you that look, you a rich man, it will be more easier for a camel to pass through the needle of an eye, the eye of a needle, than for a rich man to go to the kingdom of God. So that people will be suffering and smiling, which you have today in Africa, in Nigeria today. People will be suffering and singing that I see now through long came when Noah. So that they cannot take, what belongs to them. They will allow foreigners, few politicians, to be taking what belongs to them, and they are happy. That after all, this world, That is the mission of the missionaries. Now, I cannot understand for the goodness of me how people will not be able to understand this. I cannot understand. A doctor is asking, who is our ancestor? If they kill our ancestors, yes, they force Christianity in us, to us. They killed us, they destroyed us, they do, and so what? A person is asking, saying this, and so what? In our brain, or there is problem. When you're in Canada, the indigenous people, they struggled and tried consistently in order to get open apology from Pope. An African man that is even supposed to be enlightened. Lives with enlightened people. He's saying that even if they kill us to impose Christianity, and so what? So that is what you want. Whereas people spend time in Canada, the indigenous people, you spend the time and money and effort consistently in order to make sure that they got apology for the evil that Christianity caused in their land. And Pope have to travel. This thing happened last year. Go and Google it. It is there. It is there. When Pope was in Canada, I preached this. I said this here on Radio Biafra. I say, why couldn't Africans even demand for apology? Because they don't even know that they appreciate the evil committed against them. And we have a good example is here. We have somebody asking who is our ancestor. If they kill us, and so what? How can this person even that slave mentality? The slave mentality, perfect slave. No life, no, that you are lower than. So if they kill us, and so what? So, what? Let them kill us now, and so what? Whereas others, they demanded for apology. It's dignifying, dignity.
Interjecting. Not interjecting.
Nwada, please, just be fast. Quick. Let me continue. Go on.
Hold on. What I'm saying is into what you just said. Even if the person is trying to say, even if they kill us, we should not worry. After all, our black lives, especially Asian black lives, the life of ancestors does not matter.
That is it. Of course, that is it. And you call that person, that is a person. That is short. Sometimes you look at our people, you say, what is the problem? And now you understand why even many slaves, most slaves transatlantically are from our people. Because the perfect, perfect slaves, perfect. Those that are at least now, why do you want us to be free? Because we are eating cucumber here. We are drinking gas coffee. So why should we be free? Very, very undignified statements. We are undignified. We must continue. Therefore, as I was saying, there is no way we can have peace and unity with a foreign ideology. It is impossible. Let me say it again. It is impossible, impossible. Just check the whole advanced countries and even developing countries, what they have in their land as the bedrock of their institutions is their localized ideology, localized religion. You understand? That is the reality. That is the truth. Now, let me tell you, there were European religious wars. You understand? Because what's the problem we are having is lack of history. We don't know. Many don't care to know. There were European religious wars, which were a series of wars waged in Europe during the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries. These wars were fought after the Protestant Reformation began in 1517. This is a Christian continent, so let me call it like that, because they were Christianized by the Roman Empire. Do you understand? The wars disrupted the religious and political order in the Catholic countries of Europe or Christendom. Other motives during the wars involved revolt, territorial ambitions, and great power conflicts. There was also the 30 Years' War in Europe. And let me tell you, Europe fought wars, devastative wars, more than Africa in history. Let me tell you that. It's a fact, it's a historical fact, or they are historical facts. Sometimes they want to kill themselves into extinction. Do you know that? Chineke. These wars were largely ended by the Peace of Westphalia in 1648. This established a new political order that is now known as Westphalian sovereignty. Here we make you understand the past, what we called Westphalian sovereignty. This Westphalian sovereignty, in another case they can call it a state sovereignty, is a principle in international law that each state has exclusive sovereignty over its territory. That is the beginning. Evolutions come with problems. Let me tell you, without problem you cannot evolve. Do you understand me? Now, this thing they call Westphalian sovereignty is a state sovereignty is a principle in international law that each state has exclusive sovereignty over its territory. Before this Peace of Westphalia, before 1648, there was nothing like exclusive sovereignty of or nation's territory. No. That is why you can see maybe the Duchess of what do you call him? One king will marry and take a country or a kingdom or a nation, give as a gift to his daughter. You understand me? That is the mentality. So, and that mentality is what prompted the King Leopold II into claiming Congo, the whole of Congo, as his own personal own, because that was in the mentality. Because of these wars, religious wars, you understand? Now they have to come into a treaty to find a lasting solution, and they now say, okay, I mean in Europe, that under the modern international system of sovereign states, they brought it out that look, every nation, if you call yourself a kingdom, a country, or a nation, you have exclusive sovereignty over your territory. No other person, no other people, no other institution can interfere. You have to respect it. Because what we had before that time was Holy Roman Empire. Holy Roman Empire is not a country, it's a group of countries, European countries and others, both North Africa. They were Roman. It's just like the caliphate of today. They don't respect countries' borders. So any place, any country, any kingdom under this empire, under this Holy Roman Empire, every king, every of its king will be crowned by the Pope. You understand what I'm saying? And that is what they are trying to bring in our land today. I could remember one of our brothers, I think Matthias, he said in their own village that when the oldest man died, the person that's supposed to follow him Now they need to crown him as the eldest, as the eldest in the community. And he invited the Reverend Father to come, or Anglican, I don't know whether Anglican or Catholic, to come and crown him, and he was mad. That is all these things they are replicating. Things that brought problems in Europe, which they later, through evolutions and modernizations, they come over it. That is what they are trying to entrench in our land today, little by little. Christianity is doing their own, Islam is doing their own, and our people are not, they are not seeing the future. What the future is unfolding. They don't see. They are going only with sentiment. They don't understand things. It's very sad. This Westphalia Accord of treaty, the Treaty of Westphalia, is the birth of state sovereignty. It is a principle in international law that each state has exclusive sovereignty over its territory. The principle underlies the modern international system of sovereignty of sovereign states and is enshrined in the United Nations Charter, which states that nothing shall authorize the United Nations to intervene in matters which are essentially within the domestic jurisdiction of any state. Any country. But before then, it was the Pope that crowns kings of different kingdoms of Europe. And it brought huge problems and discontents. That was the reason why there were wars. Before in Europe, there was a previously held idea that Europe was supposed to be under the umbrella of a single Christian protectorate or empire. Just like the caliphate of today. When you hear caliphate, it's Islamic caliphate. They don't care about the country's borders. That it was like this. Christians were like this in Europe. If we are saying, people think that the Christianity is a peaceful religion, is this and that. You don't know that Europeans try to kill themselves into extinction under this Christianity because of different versions. Fighting to finish. You understand? Now, as I said, before in Europe, there was a previously held idea that Europe was supposed to be under the umbrella of a single Christian protectorate or empire, governed spiritually by the Pope and temporarily by one rightful emperor, such as that of the Holy Roman Empire, just as the Islamic Caliphate of today. The then imagined Reformation had undermined this, as Protestant-controlled states were less willing to respect the supra-authority of both the Catholic Church and the Catholic Habsburg-led emperor. Because this Catholic Habsburg-led emperors, or emperor, was a group of countries also, or kingdoms as of that time. But they were not ready to bow down to Pope. So they entered a very ferocious war. You understand? For you to understand that today, when they say a Catholic, as a Catholic, you don't marry a CMS. A CMS don't marry deeper life. All these things were things that blood were shed in Europe. Different denominations. They fought hard, very, very badly, in order to put all these things that they want you to stay. They want you to stay together in one community in Africa and form a country, form the bedrock of an institution that will be controlling us. Zebediah said, foul. Foul. It's impossible. You understand? Although most of the European religion and ideological wars ended with the Peace of Westphalia in 1648, religious conflicts continued to be fought in Europe until at least the 1710s, This included the Savoyard-Wednesian Wars of 1655 to 1690, the 9 Years' War of 1688 to 1697, including the Glorious Revolution and the Williamite War in Ireland, and the War of the Spanish Succession, 1701 to 1714. You know why I am bringing all these historical facts? In order to keep you informed about the religion they force you to be. Please. I'm not reading it or saying it for saying sake. As maybe somebody that understands history. No. Because that is the religion you are defending. I want you should understand it. Because understanding all these roots about the religion makes you to take a very good decision. It helps you to take a very good decision. If you understand. When the Reformation, Martin Luther wrote, I think, 19th-page thesis about questioning the authority of Pope, asking many questions. There was commotion. It started different wars. For you to understand that, for you to be liberated, something has to give. Life has to be lost. It's a fact. Life has to be lost. Do you think that England is foolish? They now indigenize their Christianity, calling it Anglican. It's no more Roman Catholic because they are no more under they remove themselves through war. It's not through peace. No. Through war, they remove themselves from the grips of Rome. Because once you are a slave, you cannot be free unless through war. You liberate. That's why we say freedom is not given, it is taken. England removed themselves from the grips of Rome and say, how can we a country? How can another country through their religion be controlling us? They will give us, or the Pope will give order. Our king now will be crowned, continue being crowned by a Pope. They said no. Do you see England that is making it difficult for us to free ourselves? They free themselves from different things. They freed themselves from Roman Empire physically, by fighting. In 410, 412 AD, England fought war and freed themselves from the grip of Rome, physical. But they continued being obedient Rome continued their neo-colonialism through their Christianity. And after the Reformation, now England saw the opportunity, said no. In as much as we are now part of Europe, we are Europeans, and Christianity has become part and parcel of us. But we have to make it our own Christianity, our own. They have to indigenize it. They have to remove any foreign interference. Because King James II, which you have in his Bible, he was a Catholic. He tried to make sure that he become a life king, imposing decrees that look, it is God that crown king. Through Pope, God the crown, because our kingship is inherited. But England, being enlightened, the people as of that time, you know what they did? They revolted, and the king have to run away to France, which is a Catholic country as of that time. Do you understand? Many positive social changes cannot come unless the people rise up. That is why if I see what is happening in Nigeria today, I laugh. It pains me a lot. People are ignorant. They think that, it's all these people, all these politicians that are benefiting from your suffering that will make you will fix Nigeria. No. It's the people that should rise up and do something that is good. Fix things, pursue them, kill those politicians. You understand me? But lack of knowledge makes Nigerians to continue believing that they will have it's these politicians that will help them. Politicians that they want to slaughter you, to pound you and drink your blood. It's them that will fix Nigeria. No, it is the people. It is always like that. History, if you are a student of history, you will understand this. King James of England, King James II, some call him the King James IV, I think in Scotland, the Scottish. He was pursued by the people. When he tried to make a decree that a God is God that will give him the king, they said no. The people rose up. That time there was nothing like democracy, but people rose up. You must rise up to fight. As a people, you must rise up to fight. If you don't rise up, all the people that are there, benefiting out of your misery, they will continue sucking your blood. They will be mutating, changing. As they change from PDP, enter APC, from APC to Labour Party to Yapaka, this and that. That is like that. Once they change, you say, oh, their characters have changed. No, it is only you as a people that should rise up and do something, pursue, chase out all these criminals that are troubling your lives. It happened in Europe. It happened in other places. Your case will not be different. No. God will not do it for you. It is you that will do it for yourself. Do not stop believing, God will trust, He will do it for us. No. Before America wrote in God we trust, they have done their own. They rose up and chase away all the bad people, the bad guys in their midst. They fought civil wars. Do you understand? You know how many American presidents were killed? Problems everywhere. They fought almost 100 years after the American independence. Problem upon problem upon problem upon problem. It accumulated finally into a civil war that they say now, and they now have to slaughter good against bad. When they finish, now they say yes, in God we trust. But they didn't trust God to come and do it for them, fight their war for them. As you gullible Nigerians are thinking today, it is you that you rise up. You understand? Now, let me continue. Remember, we are talking about fundamentals to peace and unity. That there is no foreign religion can never, foreign religion can never bring real peace and unity. No, it is going back to our roots. Upholding our values, taking back our natural selves, that will now make us, we see ourselves as one people. You understand? That is why I'm going back to history, so that you understand. Although most of the European religion and ideological wars ended with the Peace of Westphalia in 1648, religious conflicts continued. Yes. All these warring Christians of Europe came and scrambled to establish their different versions of Christianity in our land. Their versions of Christianity, which they entrenched in their different countries through bloody wars. How do you think that there will be peaceful coexistence of these different versions in our land? How do you think that there will be peace and unity under these foreign religions when our people are receiving conflicting orders and directives from different religious ideologies of different European, American, and Asian countries? How do you think that we could build solid ideological institutions based on these warring versions of Christianity? We shall only continue witnessing chaos and disunity until we go back and uphold our natural values, until we restore our nation of Biafra, institutionalize our values as the bedrock foundation, just as others did. Do you understand? Stop being misled and that Christianity will bring peace. Ask the European, did they bring peace in Europe? They fought and made sure that, look, they became ideologically independent. Even in America, I said it yesterday, Saturday. America was built on a bedrock because they were the Huguenots, Protestants. Do you understand me? I don't know. America was built by persecuted Europeans that were exiled. In America. You understand me? Now, they came to America. I mean, they came to America. Why didn't they stay in Europe? Because they were having problems. When I talk about problems, it's not a problem. No. It's real war, slaughter, life and death. They run away. They have to organize and negotiate and say, okay, let us leave this land for you. And they came to where you call the America today. And they established. Now, they never had any Catholic president until 1960, during 1960 or 61. The first Roman Catholic president, just count it, from the time of American independence. Just count it. How many? 200 years. You understand? 200 years before allowing a Catholic person to be their president. By that time, they have solidified, they have ruled, they have institutionalized their belief system of Protestantism in America. Before now allowing a Catholic, because no president will be a president who can never reverse their belief or their ideology, their Huguenot ideology, their Protestantism ideology. They will never reverse it back. So that time, but in our own land, they want everybody to be scavenging for superiority. Oh, Catholic, no, yeah? CMS, Deeper Life. Different versions of the same Christianity. People that fought wars against themselves in Europe before establishing each differently as a country with their ideology. Oh, but they want us to just, they see us as lower animals, people that don't think. They want us to stay together, form a diversity, strength. There is strength in diversity. Now we make our laws under this chaos. It is impossible. It is highly impossible. The only possibility is for us to fight and bring back our value, go back to our roots. That is, this thing, there is not too much I'll do about it. As people are now opening eyes, the secrets and intentions of Christianity in our land is historical. People are now removing themselves. But you see, when we are talking about this, you see people are cajoling that we are fighting against Christianity. We are not fighting against Christianity. We are just opening up the secrets of what they don't want us to know. When you say we are fighting against Christianity, how? I saw on the social media, somebody, he went and started burning, though all those things, it doesn't matter. He started cajoling. He said, this is okay, this is this. Yes. He will burn them. Come to Ebukobi's church. He will do you this. He will do all these things. He will burn them. He set them ablaze. All those ones, why? They don't deserve freedom of worship. People were applauding. But when we open up about the historical facts about this Christianity that we are forced to be, this chaos that they brought into our land, commotion they brought into our land, people start saying that we are fighting against Christianity. Who are the real fighters? It is them. The real demons. It is them that brought problems in our land. Family divided the families. They divided brother against brother. That you are an unbeliever. This blood, it's the same blood, start seeing themselves as demons. Do you see why we are doing what we are doing? That there will be never peace, neither peace or unity in our land with this foreign ideology they brought to us, Christianity. I'm telling you honestly. Nwada, before I continue, please come in so that before I sum up, please. Nwada, go on, please.
Mazi, go ahead, give me 5 minutes. My system was giving me problems. That's why I switched.
Okay. Let me continue. Now, I have talked about Christianity because this is the one we are in. The one we are in. That is why I used to bring out all these historical facts, so that you start opening your eyes about the lies they brought to us. That everything is rose, this and no. It is we human beings that should create the environment favorable to us. The Europeans that you are following, they did it themselves. But they don't want you to do that, because all those secrets they are hiding, that is where we go, we bring it out to open your eyes. That after all, this is not what they told you, it is not the truth. You understand? Now, even Islam is doing the same thing. Let me tell you. Islam, they are doing the same thing. Saudi Arabia is a Sunni Muslim country. Do you know that? Sunni Muslim. In Islam, they have, I said it the other day, they have the Sunni, the Shiites, the Sunni, the Alawites, the different versions. The same thing they have in Christianity. But when you are not inside, you will not know. You understand? Now, in Islam, Saudi Arabia is a Sunni Muslim country. They never tolerate the Shiite ideology in the kingdom. Do you know that? If you're Shiite, you want to rise up. I could remember during the Arab Spring, the Shiites wanted to rise up in Saudi Arabia. They quelled it secretly. They cordoned everywhere so that no camera, no news media will see anything. But they made sure they slaughtered many Shiites. I'm telling you honestly. I'm telling you. Because though is part of Islam, but it's a different ideology in it. Now, the Saudi, they never tolerate Shiite ideology in the kingdom, though Shiitism is Islam. Iran is also a Shiite Islam country that never tolerates any Sunni ideology. You understand? That's why you see in Pakistan today, they're a Muslim country, but they are bombing themselves into oblivion. Because they have sectarian ideologies. It's a Muslim country. Shiites will bomb Sunnis. Sunnis will bomb the Ahmadiyas. This will bomb that. That is what is going on in Pakistan. They conglomerate themselves together. But all this, where all these religions originated, they fought all these wars at the early time. Do you understand? Like in Saudi Arabia, going to Persia, which is Iran today, they made sure they chose their path, and with that path they build their fundamental institutions, so that no other person, no other ideology will ever come to question. Although you have pockets of all those other minority now allowed as modern government, because they know that it will never rise up. It will never rise up to challenge them. You understand me? These above two mentioned Muslim countries, including others, built their national institutions based on their various branches of Islam. But in Nigeria, these two are lumped together to engage in ideological power tussles and friction forever. Do you know the reason why the Shiites were murdered some years back They were gunned down by the Nigerian. Well, they say more than 1,000 of them were slaughtered. And their leader, Zaki, I think he's still in jail. Because the Nigerian Sunni, they are making sure not to allow this Shia. Though you are seeing them as Muslims, but there are differences. The same way Catholic and Protestant, Catholic and CMS, the same way they are fighting. That is the same thing. If you understand me. Because all these ideologies, all these, religious ideologies, it affects decision makings of a people. Don't you know that?
Whenever you're ready, I can come in.
Okay. It affects the decision making of a people. Do you understand? You cannot tell me that if you have power, if you are in power as a Catholic person, that it doesn't, the Pope and other Catholic ideologies doesn't affect your policy making. It's impossible. As a Protestant, the same thing. As a Sunni Muslim, the same thing. Shiite Muslim, the same thing. But in Nigeria, in Africa, we are being lumped together and say, okay, there is strength in diversity. This is a cycle of deception the Europeans are using to cause us to continue fighting forever, because they know. Do you know how long the Europeans fought against themselves? Sometimes a kingdom will in a war. They can lose 1/4 of the population. Very brutal, because it's religious war. But today they want you to gather, just there is a strength in diversity, so that people will continue fighting ourselves forever, albeit internally. Nwada, please come in before I continue.
Okay, Mazi, sorry for the distance. I was just here and my system flickered and craziness, the whole laptop shut down. I had to get the other one. But anyway, I got it ratified. I think I needed an update. So quickly, Mazi, again, welcome to everyone. What we are doing today, Mazi, I prepared my lessons and I'm going to approach it from 2 angles. I give credit to what you have done so far, but I want to approach it because my reasoning today stemmed from, I listened to one or two programs of our people on internet, and I had your name and our Mazi Methuselah's name referenced twice. I know I'm supposed to be there, but my name was somehow eluded. So the argument continues to be our ancestors. Who were our ancestors? And what does ancestry mean? So I decided to do a little bit more in-depth digging into it, because I know I've tried to answer that, rebuttal that, but it continues to pop up. So what it means, what it tells somebody like me that I need a little bit, or we need a little bit more of explanation or understanding to really understand what we're trying to communicate with our people, that we have to go back to our ancestors, because some people have looked down on the ways of ancestors. They try to say ancestors are nobody, they don't deserve anything, they don't deserve any credit. So that's why I'm really here today. So I'm going to approach it from 2 prongs, because most of the people raising this argument are coming from religious point of view, especially Christian religion. So I want to bring my argument to kind of take us to a straight road or correct the crooked ways. From biblical point of argument, who ancestors were and who are the ancestors. Oh, this is going to give me problem today. My system is giving me wahala. Let me get the other system. I know, but it's shaking. Let me say this. Let me talk. Hold on. Mazi, take over. Let me get another system. This system is going to give me wahala. Okay, it has stabilized. So, but anyway, something is wrong. So, but anyway, what I'm trying to say is that the meaning of ancestors. Who is our ancestor? Ancestors are those whom one descended. Mazi, let me get another system. I can deal with
Mazi, I mean,
Go ahead,
Nwada, but your voice is coming out. So if it's not coming out, I will
Yeah,
let
but
you
I'm
know.
looking at the materials I prepared. The materials I prepared is what I'm looking at.
Okay.
Yeah, my
Then,
laptop
okay.
is giving me wahala. So let me change another laptop.
It's
This is
okay.
going to give me wahala.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you come at the, let me continue. You come at the concluding side, please. You know, do not forget what we are talking about today. Fundamentals to peace and unity. You know, I talked about Christianity and I was talking about Islam. Though Islam is one religion, just like Christianity, they have different sects and versions, which they fought heavy wars and they are still fighting heavy war. You understand? You remember, as I referenced, how on broad daylight, they shot more than 1,000 Shiite protesters. Do you remember? To the extent, Isaac Zaki. You remember that? Do you know that hardly Iran and Saudi Arabia, they are not seeing themselves in eye to eye, eyeball to eyeball. But they are Muslim countries. Do you know that? But these are people, they want us to stay together, lump ourselves together. Nwada, please go on now, so that
Okay. Yeah, I changed another
so
step.
that I will.
My argument is, who is an ancestor? According to Wikipedia and dictionary, says an ancestor, also known as a forefather, foreelder, or a forebearer, is a parent or the parent of an antecedent. Ancestor is any person from whom a parent of an antecedent. Ancestor is any person from whom one is descended. In-law, the person from whom an estate has been inherited. Now, I made, that is why I'm I'm not quite happy, but I'm going to try to do the best I can. Because I did a very huge research and argument. Now, who is a descendant? Because we need to understand this thing, descendant. A descendant, because I need us to understand before we move forward. It sounds like they're the same thing, but there are a little bit of variables. Descendants of the survivor from the collector. Hold on. Who is the descendant? Descendant is okay, it's not going to give me what I want. But anyway, so what I try to make up here is to let us understand who are really these are ancestors. From the biblical point of view, you always hear us, some of us, talking about the God of Abraham, the God of Moses. Those are their ancestors. So the huge research I did, which I brought a whole lot of information, tried to explain to us, by the way, who was Abraham? Who was Moses? That was really the great work I did. And when we go back, I'm going to try to pull from my head a little bit of things I did. Abraham, according to the Bible, when you go to Genesis chapter 12, will tell you that Abraham was from the Chaldeans, Mesopotamia. And the father was Terah from the land of Ur. Now, Mesopotamia existed before you talked about the coming of the Israelites. Because according to the Bible story, Abraham was their or is their ancestors. And all of these people that are making this argument should also understand that the same Abraham is the ancestor of the Muslims. It's not just their own ancestor. So when they're referencing, talking about the God of their ancestors, they should understand that they're talking about the same ancestor of the Muslims. That's number one argument. But then, Moses, who told this story, when he said, when he was called, according to the Bible, he was called by God when he was in Media. And he queried God, who are you? He was not really God, according to the Bible, it was the Lord. And the Lord told him, made him to understand that he is the God of the Lord of his ancestors. That referenced Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And when we say that, we must understand that Abraham, the father, is Terah, like I said. Now, Mesopotamia was a society that existed thousands of years. And when we talk about Mesopotamia, we're talking about the Sumerians. We're talking about the Gilgamesh. We're talking about all these ancient civilizations, because we must understand that's where Abraham came out from. And when you trace the genealogy back, it takes you back to Africa. I'm referencing this based on the argument we've been making, because every human race started from Africa. So when you're referencing your ancestors, know it that you're referencing, your root is from Africa. Now, the argument that I made from what all this I'm listening today is, one of them was, okay, the father of Abraham was Terah. Terah was practicing the religion of the Mesopotamian, which was multiple gods. But the time came, according to the Bible story, God told Abraham to leave. Abraham, at that time his name was Abram, to leave his father's house. The question is why? People don't ask that question. My argument I'm going to put, and I would like anybody to challenge me, this particular way, or this particular call of God, you can see it's scattered all over civilization. The book of Hebrew chapter 7, if you read it through to chapter 8, will give you this argument, where it was argued that God has been sending liberators, or sending people, he called era. You have the era of Melchizedek, you have the era of Noah, you have the era of Moses, you have the era of Abraham, and you have the era of Yeshua. It continue to go. The argument is why? It's always, anytime, according, now remember what I'm saying is religion. What I'm treating now is religion. I'm trying to make this argument through religious concept, or religious underthinking. Anytime the people, the so-called world, known world, begin to deviate from this real spiritual worship of Yahweh, the Godhead, the God consciousness, God, according to religious belief, will send a liberator, somebody that will come in to try to move the people back to the original way, which is the true way of worshiping Yahweh. And the argument you always hear that the people have deviated. They started worshiping foreign gods. They started worshiping the God that is not of their fathers. And when you pay attention, you see that he's talking about worshiping only Yahweh, or Godhead, not many gods. The same thing occurred in Mesopotamia at the time Abraham was called. He was called to leave his father's house and follow this voice that's going to teach him how to worship only one God. Now the question is, this one God, where was it practiced before? It goes back to our ancient people, Ndibo, because some of us, from the story we had from our parents, witnessed them. They didn't have, they believed only in Chukwokike Abama, where they will come out in the morning and they will worship. They were not going through any day. It came to a time where corruption set in, just like what happened in the time of Abraham. It happened in the time when Yeshua came. He said, I have come to make the crooked way straight. So when people begin to deviate, God will send somebody to come and correct it. So when God told Moses, I am the God of your ancestors, the argument is, what does it mean? Who are the ancestors of Moses? These are the articles I took time to prepare that I cannot lay hand, but I'm just going in, general, some of the things I remember. So it goes back to Mesopotamia, and Mesopotamia will take you back to Africa. And when you go millions of years back, it must get you to a place where people were worshiping God. They were worshiping in truth and in spirit. Because that time, the laws And the behavior of the people, the things they have today, when we claim to have known God more through all this religion, organized religion, they were not happening. They did not have organized police. There was nothing like agreement, a written agreement with one another. The mere words, when I have an agreement with you, with my mere words, it carried weight. I honored my words. But today, you and I will have an agreement. We'll go before the altar, we will swear. But it carries no water. Today, you will see people killing one another with no justification. You see somebody that claims to be a healer, and then somebody will come to you and ask you to kill people. You will not even ask them to what we know that he told you. The person will not ask to draw logo. The native doctor will start preparing okite, whatever it is. You see somebody will go into our churches and ask a pastor to do something. Pray for my neighbor to die. Pray for my mother to die. They are witches and wizards. And the pastor or the prophet does not have the discerning spirit to understand or ask the question, just like what happened with Balaam and Balak. Is this thing I'm being asked to do, is it of the Lord or is it not of the Lord? These are the corruption we're talking about. But in the olden days, when they didn't have organized religion, when the worship was pure and clean, they were not just doing things out of emotion. They were conscious of the law, the laws of the land. Call it Allah. They know that even though nobody may see you, heaven will bear you witness. That is why you always hear people say, Elule, Alale, because they believe that these were spirits that will bear witness in whatever you and I were doing. So I'm trying to bring this, because when people make that argument, who are ancestors? When you ask that question, the ancestor of the person you are referencing as your ancestor, spiritual ancestor, traces his own back to Africa. That is one of the arguments I wanted to bring. Mazi, I'm going to let you run. Let me see whether I can still correct this.
Okay, then
today, this month we are in is the month of February in America here. That is when they showcase all the events of the African Americans. And I have them listed somewhere. If I'm not able to get into that computer, I believe I can get through my phone, through my email, and that's the next segment I'm going to bring. This is just giving me a headache. I don't like that when I've done so much work. So, Mazi, I'm going to let you roll a little bit.
Do not forget that today we are principally talking about the fundamentals of real peace and unity under upholding our values. And I am making a case that there will be no real peace and unity in our land under foreign ideology. Because there will be foreign interference. Do you know why the Fulani, they are trying to Islamize us? Do you know why? So that they can conquer us mentally and be able to control us. Go and ask people, the Igbo people in Abakaliki that we are deceived to join Islam. Who teaches them? The Fulani. Who leads their prayer? Who, if they have any serious question, Islamic fundamental serious question, where do they go? They head to the Fulani. They go to their pilgrimage in Fulani country, in Senegal. Don't you know that? So they are the people that controls you. With foreign religion as our bedrock, we are finished. There will be no real peace and unity. How can you be in a place, in a country, you want it to advance, but Pope will give you secret order of adverse order, that look, the churches, they should obey the spiritual ruler, which is the Pope or the Archbishop of Canterbury. I ask this: do you think that the English people they are stupid by making their king, the king or queen of England, their monarch, the head of an Anglican church? The same way Pope is the head of a Catholic church, so that it crowns every Catholic empire. Don't you know that? You see. So when we talk about real peace and unity, when you see it reigning even in the Middle East today, because they indigenize their version of religion They made it, they institutionalized it. So you cannot come to challenge them. You cannot with another ideology. They will kill you. You understand? They will allow you to operate, but in a limited way. In a controlled way. You understand? In a controlled way. Anything, when you want to exceed your limit, they will remind you that, oh, look, please, this is a Muslim country, okay? When you want to exclude your this, they will tell you, remind you, hey, this is a Catholic country in Italy, so mind your business. Do you see not that, some people say, no, we have freedom of worship, but that freedom of worship have limitations everywhere. I don't know how people see things, please. I don't know. It has limitations. There is no absolute freedom. Let me tell you. You have limitations. The way you carry Bible in in our place in Biafra land. Go to morning cry. I did all those things. Morning cry. Disturbing people's lives. You cannot do it in other places. Even if they are Christian countries, but you cannot do it. Yeah, does it mean that, why don't you ask them? Okay, so I don't have freedom. No. Somebody's freedom starts with, you have to respect others. There are limitations to freedom. You understand? It's just like where they have line, where, for example, in ATM machine point. Now people are lined up. Oh, you as a free person, you are free now. You have freedom of movement. You go and stand in front, ignoring others. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? Now, let me tell you that some of all these Middle Eastern countries, Qatar that hosted World Cup a few months back, this November, December. Qatar, very small country. It got their independence 1971. Do you know that? 1971. 1 year after the Biafran War, the Revolutionary War, which you call Nigeria Civil War. No. It's the Biafran Revolutionary War. Qatar, you see people floating in to look for work. It got their independence in 1971. United Arab Emirates came into existence, not independent, it came into existence in December 2nd, 1971. United Arab Emirates, Dubai, they say the largest, one of the largest investors or foreign investors in Dubai are Nigerians, buying houses, investing. Because it is where that was already made. Do you see the evil? UAE came into existence in 1971. They gathered themselves and said, okay, we have to, I think, 7 Emirates. Do you see that the success of every country, it doesn't depend, it must be European style. No. Every country should have their own way of advancing. All that matters is reaching the advancement level. Arab countries they are vivid examples. You understand me? For somebody that is asking, who is our ancestors? They want us is medieval. Why can't I say no? If we were allowed to improve on what they established, our ancestors established, we wouldn't be in a quagmire today. But rather they came and lumped us together, put different religious ideologies, foreign religious ideologies, and we are battling with it, having frictions, killing ourselves. It's natural because Europeans did the same thing in Europe. So the only thing is for us to, the remedy is for us to go back and uphold our values, so that the Pope cannot command us how we do golf in the morning. Pope don't know it. Archbishop of Canterbury understand how we do golf in the morning, the way we pray. He will not, he cannot command us because he don't know. It's our natural value. The Church of Canada cannot have any influence on us. It will not instigate us to call our brothers and sisters infidels or Gentiles. No. Nobody will instigate that because it is our natural root. We see ourselves as one because we believe in one thing. That is what we are preaching, please. But when this one say, I believe in this, oh, Jesus have 2 hands. Another one say, no, that Jesus have 3 hands. The other one say, no, I believe in God. That they say, Bible say is is a white person. The other one say, no, the book of Revelation say the angels they look like a lion head and the serpent. How do you think that we will have peace? All those ideologies will bring frictions, continuous frictions. You understand? Making it totally difficult for us to have peace. Now, all these countries, Kuwait had their independence in 1971, Bahrain the same thing 1971, Iran had their independence in 1979. These countries are advancing today because they built their countries based on their common local version of Islam. This one, Shiites don't want, they fought very hard. They killed so that the Sunnis don't take over. So that Sunnis don't have influence on their country. Sunni country, they fought very hard so that Shiites don't have any influence. But it is only in Africa. In Nigeria, they want everybody lumped together with diverse religious ideologies and versions, and say, Captain Leong, the British High Commissioner will always come because it's her favorite statement, public statement. There is strength in diversity. And you tell her, why not ask her, if there is strength in diversity, why do you make, the English monarch to be the head of Church of England? Why do you put the Church of England in the first place? Why not continue with the Church of Roman Catholic Church, being part of it? Because there is strength in diversity. Because it's diverse. Why? Ask the Catholic, why did the English people revolt against King James II? Why? Oh, because he was obedient, paying obeisance, obedient to the Pope of Rome, another country. But in our own, there is strength in diversity. I say foul. But the very sad reality in Africa is that we are forced and lumped together with these diverse opposing and conflicting ideologies. We are forced to build institutions based on these different foreign ideologies in the name of a country. This is practically impossible. They are forcing us in the fake illusion of democracy and the strength in diversity to do what they could not do. We can never achieve peace and unity. Imagine, for example, in a Biafra where we still want to build our institution based on Christianity. Now, in the capital, when you build a president that will come, maybe he's a Catholic, he will build the chapel as a Catholic chapel. A very big cathedral. Imagine the CMS will say, no, if you build the Catholic, build for us also. Otherwise, there will be problem. Now, Church of God Mission will say, no, hey, now you are discriminating against us because we are Pentecostal. Do you see? This thing will take a whole chunk of time and money and even fight. It continuous fight. Do you understand me? Before you know it, it will enter into bloodshed. That is why the only thing, yeah, Nwada, just hold on. Let me finish so that you come in our conclusion. So, the only thing that will solve this, bring real peace and the unity, is for us to go back and embrace that place we came from, that our natural value, that our roots. We go back there, where you cannot see your brother as an infidel. Where, if somebody does something against the land, now, Okwala, in a common way, where they punched us, I mean, where they put us full stop, the European colonizers. That is what we are trying. That is what we are preaching. When we say this, people think that, they want us to go back and start worshiping Haider. And no. The world have changed. Though we were stopped in that 19th century, pausing. Now, and many times passed, hundreds of years passed, and we have to go back there. I made this analogy. It's just like when you start building, or your father started building a house, he didn't complete it, he didn't even reach lintel level, and he could not continue. After something like 50 years, what do you think? The house will be full of moss. Moss will be full there in our life, because in our place rain falls a lot. So we grow, and there, if you don't take time, there will be many things, many serpents, many bad animals. Even we can be a criminal hideout then, because the structure was not finished. It was paused. When you want to go back to start building, you will take the risk of going back there, clearing bushes there. You could be bitten by snake. You will face the sheets that are there that are smelling to remove it. That is what we are doing. We were paused in many centuries back, so we have to go there and face the reality. There will be many serpents. They are breeding. There are many fields there, but it is us that we clean all those messes, so that we start building from where our ancestors were paused. Do you understand me? That is why you are seeing all these charlatans that are coming and saying, "No, we are this and that," because many of them don't understand. We need to continue researching for us to understand the pure way. You understand me? It is not, we don't have to continue that, but we have to face the reality that there will be many fields there. There will be grown with bushes, forests, serpents, reptiles breeding there. We have to go there and continue removing them. Sometimes you can be bitten by all those reptiles. Sometimes it is part of it. That is exactly what it is for us, and that is what we are doing. You understand? Because they want us to stay there where they put us, and they'll be telling us that there is strength in diversity, whereas it is lie. Strength in diversity comes when the bedrock, the foundation of the country, have been set using one ideology, common ideology. Once the bedrock is there, have been laid, the foundational bedrock has been laid. Now others will now be accommodated. You understand me? Because the bedrock is already there. There is no way you can, for example, there is no way you can Islamize America. That's why you can have a Muslim senator. You understand? But at that early time, in the 1900s of American cabinet, you don't dare a Muslim come and say you want to be a senator. No, they will not allow it. You understand? Are you now understanding my point? Because that was the time of the beginning of the building of the country's institutions. But now you can have a Muslim senator. You can have even a Catholic president. It doesn't matter again, because the bedrock foundation has been laid. So nothing can change again. It's unshakable. The same way you can, even in Japan, you can now have a Christian prime minister. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. People now doesn't take you any more serious. They have known, because they are now, founded in their natural Shinto religion. So there's nothing, being a president, a Catholic president, a Muslim president, it doesn't change anything again to them. They cannot do anything. Do you understand me? Now, to go into conclusion before I bring Nwada, in the very sad reality in Africa is that we are forced and lumped together with these diverse, opposing and conflicting ideologies. We are forced to build institutions based on these different foreign ideologies in the name of a country. This is practically impossible. They are forcing us in the fake illusion of democracy and strength in diversity to do what they couldn't. The Europeans couldn't do. They couldn't do it. They couldn't lump together and call themselves, oh, we are all Christians. It doesn't matter whether you are Catholic or CMS. No. Instead, each country separated religion, even in their own religion, in their own Christian religion, and found their own type of Christianity according to their country. Do you understand it? But in us, they will tell us, oh no, there is strength in diversity. Why didn't they do it? We can never achieve peace and unity through this. The Europeans that impose these religions on us, though they are all Europeans and Christians, but they never lived in peace with their different versions of Christianity. That's why they had to fight to modify and indigenize their different versions of Christianity so that they don't have any foreign interference in building their national institutions in their various countries. What black Africans are being forced to accept is the same thing rejected by both the Western countries and Arabs. They want different opposing ideologies lumped together in building institutions in Africa, but it can never work. As an unseen weapon by the colonial masters, we are actually relegated to perpetual conflicts with these foreign religions until we are able to go back and start upholding our natural values, in which no foreigner will have any command or influence on us, but we shall become masters of our own selves and destinies. We could then be able to build institutions that represent our values. It is then that we can obtain real unity and peace. It is then that we could build a viable country of our choice. It is then that we can develop and advance as a people, doing what the West did, forming our nations according to our natural values. Nwada, you can come in, please. Go on. And from there you conclude.
Hopefully my system. Okay, let me go quickly. I'm not going to waste time. I'm able to pull up my documents, but I'm going to make it quick because I try to explain. Because my argument I'm trying to bring today, the rebuttal, is those who are saying, who ask the question, who are our ancestors, and try to barrage and demean our ancestors like they were dummies, they didn't do anything. Because even one person went as far as asking the question, if your ancestors so much did whatever you're claiming, what are you doing in a white man's land? White man is the inventors of every goodies we're enjoying today. Which I'm here to rebuttal. I beg to differ that whatever we are seeing today, most of the technology or sciences, even medicine we are seeing today, our ancestors laid the foundations. That's what I'm trying to bring today. And then the next argument that the ancestors, that when they invoke their spiritual ancestors, the religious ancestors, they're talking about Abraham. The question becomes, who was Abraham? So I'm going to make these two arguments quickly. But I started first by saying an ancestor. What is an ancestor? An ancestor is a person from whom one is descended. We usually use this term to refer to relatives who are usually more remote in the line of descent than a grandparent. For example, great-grandparents, and so on. Ancestry is the line of descent or the line of people from whom a person descends. So when we talk about our ancestors, it's not just my immediate father. That's what he's trying to tell us. It goes all the way back. Those who have lived long, millions of years. It's called Ndo Unandiwegede. But let's look at who is a descendant. He said a descendant is a person descended from a particular ancestor. In other words, someone's descendants are the people in latter generations who are related to them. For example, your children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren are your descendants. You are descendants of someone, and those who came after you are your descendants. For instance, you are a descendant of your great-grandparents. Like ancestors, descendants also share a genetic relationship. I thought this is important because we must understand when we use that word, some people want to start at the middle and then kind of throw away both their genetic profiling and their physiological profiling. So moving forward, let me go to the one of the things I wanted to bring out. When they claim that Moses, they claim Abraham as their spiritual ancestor. Who was Abraham? Remember, his name was Abram. He was not Abraham. So, and according to the Bible, like I said, I'm going to do most of my argument from the Bible and secular. According to the Bible, I said, who was Abraham? I said, Abraham was the 10th generation from Noah and the 20th from Adam. His father was Terah, and his brothers were Nahor and Haram. Because some people might not even know that Abraham had brothers and and sisters. Okay, so the question is, where was he from? We know that I asked the question, who is Abraham? Genesis chapter 11, verse 26 to 27 will give you the answer. I said, Terah lived, Abraham's father was called Terah, T-E-R-A-H. Say he lived 75 years and begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. This is the genealogy, okay, of when you talk about, you want to find it, go there. So, I've established this. So, when we talk about Abraham, we must go back to whose father, who was his father. He said, Abraham, Judaism. So, let's talk about it because people reference Abraham. They must know that Abraham is the founder of, when we talk about Judaism, and then Muslims, they all lay claims of Abraham as their ancestor. I want these people that just think that when they invoke Abraham, they're just talking about Christian religion. No, there are three religions that lay hold on Abraham as their founding father or ancestor: Muslims, Christians, and the Terah religion. But let's see, Judaism, which is one of them, which is the main one. He said Judaism is an Abrahamic, monotheist, and ethnic religion. There's a reason why I picked this place, because we have tried to know that religion is a belief, the way of life of the people. That is why I'm going to read this. Said Judaism is an Abrahamic, monotheistic, and ethnic religion comprising the collective religion
Nwada, are you still there?
Oh, I didn't know what I meant myself. Okay, I said Judaism is an Abrahamic, monotheistic, and ethnic religion comprising the collective religious, cultural, and legal tradition and civilization of the Jewish people. There's a reason why I brought this, because Mazi, you and I have tried to let people know that religion is a cultural thing. It's a tradition. It's a belief. It's a civilization. But people take religion to be a spiritual thing. Not far be it. There might be some aspect of a religion that has spiritual component, but religion on its own is a way of life of the people. Let me read it again. He said, Judaism is an Abrahamic, monotheistic, and ethnic religion comprising the collective religious, cultural, and legal tradition and civilization of the Jewish people. So when anybody is taking Christianity or Judaism or Muslim as their way of life, let them know, or invoking it as their belief, what they are trying to say, that they believe in the way of life of these people and their own way of life, their culture. That is what you are invoking. That's what you want to live. It's not your culture. That means you have abandoned your own culture and embraced other people's culture. That is what it is. He goes ahead to say it has its roots as an organized religion in the Middle East during the Bronze Age. Modern Judaism evolved from Judaism. See, so again, all these things we have been saying here, religion must evolve. So the present religion we see today, when we tell people that some of these things came through forcing people, killing people, people don't want to believe it. This argument is telling us that it has evolved to where it is today. The religion of ancient Israel and Judah by the late 16th century and thus considered to be one of the oldest monotheist religions. So let me stop here because a lot of my time was taken. Now, but anybody who wants, they can go and look at the genealogy, and it will tell you that Abraham, I meant to say, came from Mesopotamia, which was when you talk about the Canaanites and all that. But let me quickly go to another argument some of us try to make, that our ancestors, even our present ancestors, contributed nothing to civilization. Let us remember that when it comes to one's intelligence, two factors are going on. Your genetic wiring and nurture. That's what you call nature and nurture. So when you see an African American who came to America and invented vaccination, he did not go to school here. He was never educated here. It was the knowledge he had from Africa and his level of, critical thinking that made him to arrive at that juncture, to learn the craft. And when he came here, he taught it the master. And who was his master? Remember, people must remember, let me put this guy. This guy, his master, that was Omid. I can't even pronounce this very well, but this guy was a slave. And his master was who? A minister. A Christian minister. It's important to me when I make this argument, because if it was today, they wouldn't have believed the man. They would have told him that what he was doing was voodooism. Here it is. Onesimus. Let me spell it, I beg. Onesimus. And this story was 1600 to 1700. So he was an African American man who was instrumental in the mitigation of the impact of a smallpox outbreak in Boston, Massachusetts. His birth name is unknown. He was enslaved, and in 1907 was given to the New England minister, Cotton Mather, who renamed him this name. So this was the guy who told his master, the Reverend Father, the minister, about this act. He saw his ancestors practice, how they were preventing themselves from infections. Why I brought this is, if it's today, this so-called man of God then would have said he was practicing voodooism. But this was many, many years ago. This reverend minister, even though he argued, but when this man showed him, proved to him, because the reverend's son was sick with the smallpox, and this slave was able to convince him to allow him to administer this procedure, and when he did it, the reverend's son got well. That was how the reverend became a believer, and then spread the news, even though this brother never got any recognition for what he did. But that the invention of vaccination today, you and I, some of us think that it was the invention of a white man. He was a slave from Africa. But today, such a thing, people will argue that is barbaric and is voodooism. But quickly, without taking much time, let me read some of our brothers and sisters that made serious impact in civilization for those of us who think that we have been dummies. The problem we have in Africa, which is what Ahmadike has come out to liberate us from, and many other people are advocating for his death. Africa is richly blessed, both in natural resources, in mental resources. And the white man, the Western civilization, they are aware of this. That is why they make sure that the environment do not encourage, like I said, the mental capacity of any individual are being driven by two factors, nature and nurture. These two things, the Western civilization are making sure that they do not strive in a society. Because that is why you can pull a black man from Africa
whether during the time of slavery, even or today, they will leave the shore of Nigeria or anywhere in Africa, particularly western part and southern part of Africa, and you bring them to a Western civilization, they will strive. They even do better than the Western world. It is not because the white man taught them their language or their culture. No. The only thing is that they were already wired by nature to be smart. But the only thing they were lacking was nurture, the environment. So when you take this potent individual, smart individual, and put them in a fertile ground, a system that is systematically wired for anybody to succeed, even the dummies of the dummies of the dummies, the dummies of the dummies, you will see us sprang and become successful. It's just like when you have a seed, a grain of corn that has potential, viable, healthy. That corn has every potential to become a bigger corn when you plant it. So when you take this corn and plant it in the desert, which is what a place like Nigeria represents, it doesn't matter how viable that corn is, it cannot germinate. Even if it germinates, it cannot prosper. It cannot be able to yield. But if you take the same corn and put it in an environment where it has all the natural resources, from water to nutrients, that same corn will blossom. Now, what are the differences between the same corn? The same corn inability to prosper was because of the environment, not because of the genetic profiling. And where it prospered, it was because of environmental factors too. That's the problem Africa has today. Case study Nigeria. And that is why we must exit Nigeria, because the environment of Nigeria, as we know it, does not encourage the potentials of our people to be expressed. Before the colonization of the Western masters, we were doing exploit. It was the same genetic profiling. Nothing changed. Our ancestors were so creative. Some of their artifacts, the white man came and took them. The religion we are practicing, which I referenced before, monotheism, worshiping of one God, we knew about it. That was why the article you read Mazi to us, where the Western, the priest or the Pope was telling the slave masters, don't talk to them about spiritualism. They are aware of it. You cannot tell them what they already know. They are the masters of spiritualism. But how can you confuse them? Bring in religion, which is deception. That was why I referenced my argument. When Abraham was in Mesopotamia, he was with his father. Why did God ask him to leave? If you go and study the environment then, they were worshiping multiple gods in Mesopotamia. So that means they have left the way, the original way they knew when they were millions of years back in Africa. Because if you pay attention, God separated Abraham and began to show him again the way to worship only one God. And then there came another time when they were in Egypt and following the story of the Bible, they followed the ways of the Egyptians, corrupt way, which is worshiping multiple gods. Moses came to take again out to channel them to worship one God. If you follow the story, the same thing. Era of Noah, which came of course before Moses. All these things continue to happen until he came to Yeshua. And he told them, you have deviated again. I have come to make the crooked ways straight. That's why I am here. So what am I saying? That is why when you look at the ancient Hebrew Torah, it looks at the customs and cultures they have. You know, you can relate to us as somebody from Biafra land or even from Africa. Because we were practicing it before people migrated out of Africa. And that continue to journey, they begin to lose the right way. They begin to corrupt it, just like everything, just like you mentioned, Mazi, when you abandon a house unattended, things happen. Even as you're attending a house, if you bring in the wrong servant or the wrong occupants, they will still corrupt things in the house. That is where order must be maintained. That is where you must make sure that you continue to prune that which are not acceptable. But let me go quickly because of the time. Let me list some of our ancestors who have made great impacts in Western civilization, whether we know them or not. One of them is George Crumb. Like I said, this is African American History Month in America, so I'm using to teach us this. George Crumb, 1824 to 1914. He was the person that created the potato chips everybody is eating today. We all love potato chips. Because if you ask some of us, they would think it was the invention of a white man. No. George Crumb was a cook. And he said, Crumb, a chef and a restaurateur, he said to have unintentionally created potato chips during the summer. Did he get any credit for it? No. Do you even hear about it? No. Did he get any patent? No. But let me move forward. We have another brother. He's the one that developed, he was mad with the development of refrigeration equipment. He received about 40% patent. This one is Frederick McKinley Jones. 1893 to 1961 was a black man. All these people are coming descendants of slaves. Okay? Let's see some of the things he did. He said Henry Frederick Jones left his mark to the development of refrigeration equipment, receiving over 40% for it. In 1930, he began inventing automatic refrigerated air cooling unit for trucks, trains, ships, and planes, which helped the preservation of food. His creation, the Thermo King, allowed people to eat fresh food year-round. His work also contributed to the preservation of blood and medicine, proving to be particularly using. Hold on. His work also contributed to the preservation of blood and medicine, proving to be particularly useful during World War II. In 1991, he became the first African American to receive National Medal of Technology. Somebody saying our ancestors contributed nothing. That's where I'm going with this. You know, I have a whole lot, but I'm going to read one or two, three or few of them, and I'll continue some other day. There's somebody called George Washington Carver, 1864 to 1946. This man was responsible for giving us peanut butter everybody is today. But when you talk about peanut butter, you ask yourself, where did he get the knowledge? When you go back to the tradition of Igbo man, there is something we call okwoji. It is made from peanut butter, some other ingredients. We use it in eating kola nuts. How long was this knowledge? Was this knowledge something this guy that came up with peanut butter in America here? Did he see his grandmother, his mother, his fathers preparing this delicacy we use in eating our kola nuts? Was it where he got the idea from? I don't know. These are some of the things we must ask. Because somebody is trying to say that we were dummies, you know? There's another one, there's a whole lot. But I'm going to read one or two. I'll back up because I'll continue to bring it as we go through the month of February. Then they will have this one, Charles B. Brooke. You know, when we talk about, I saw the other day they said that Udodimba is trying to bring sumo, which our late hero, Mazi Mbakwe, you know, brought in the state. But let's see who invented the sweeper. The thing that, you know, the free sweeper, who invented it? The credit must go to Charles Brooks. He said, thanks to Charles Brooks, he designed trucks. Cities are much cleaner. Patent on March 17, 1896, Charles Brooks designed the street sweeper with a series of broom-like brushes that pushed that.
Yeah, Nwada, you are not more coming out.
God, what is happening to me? Okay, sorry. Let me go back the sweeper, and I'm going to. My system is just getting haywire today. So let's talk about Charles Brooks. He was the one that invented the machine that is used in street today. But if you ask some of us, we give the credit to a white man. He said, thanks for the Brooks design truck. Thanks for the Brooks design trucks, city streets are much cleaner. Patent on March 17, 1896, Charles Brooks designed the street sweeper with a series of broom-like brushes that push trash and debris off to the side of the road. The Newark, New Jersey native also had two other successful patents, including dust-proof collection bag for his street sweeper and a ticket punch that collected the tiny circular pieces of paper instead of letting them fall to the ground was a black man. Now, we talk about Walter McAfee. He was a black man. He was the one that calculated the speed of the moon. He did this in 1946. A whole lot of, I have a whole lot. Now, there is another people I'm going to mention, then I'm going to back up because it's a whole lot I pulled up. They are called the hidden figures. Why am I bringing this? I want to challenge us. That's really why I'm bringing this particular people. These are African American sisters. They are sisters. That we should stop this behavior of coming out, showcasing whatever we claim we are doing for this struggle. Let us concentrate and do whatever we can, both male and female, to get what we are looking for. And may our names be remembered as one of these three sisters I'm going to mention. Their names were not reverend before. They were known as the hidden figures. There was a movie done on their behalf. But thank God, after everything, just like everything the white man is doing, trying to suppress our, strength, but all they bring out are weaknesses and faith. Their names were propelled to the limelight. They were Dorothy Van Mary Jackson, and Catherine Goebel-Jackson. Let's look at the storyline. He said, as the United States raced against Russia to put a man in space, NASA found untapped talent in the group of African American female mathematicians that served as the brain behind one of the greatest operations in U.S. history. Why am I making this argument? I want us not to be looking at us because of our gender or the ability of what we can do based on gender. Let it be based on our mind, our articulation, and the way we critically analyze things. Because this is one of the things the white man or white population is using. They make us look down on ourselves. They disqualify us. And some of us buy into it. Meanwhile, we have great potential. So these three African American women were not looked at, they were looked down upon because one, they were blacks, two, they were women. Let's look at their contribution. He says they were one of the brains behind the greatest operation in U.S. history. Based on the unbelievable true life story of these three women, known as human computers, we follow these women as they quickly rose ranks of NASA alongside many of the history's greatest minds, especially tasked with calculating the momentous launch of the astronaut John Glenn into orbit and guaranteeing his safe return. Dorothy Van Gogh, Mary Jackson, and Catherine Goebel-Jackson crossed all gender, race, and professional line, while their brilliance and desire to dream big beyond anything accomplished before the human race firmly cemented them in U.S. history as the true American heroes. These women were the ones that calculated, that gave John Glenn the confidence to take that momentous journey to the moon. It was their calculation, rightly done, that gave John Glenn and NASA the confidence that not only was that spaceship going to go out of space, but going to re-enter. It's one of the most difficult when you come to space travel. Going out is not the problem. It's when you're coming in. You have to calculate the speed. You have to make sure that the shield is going to be able to withstand the stress. Because when it's coming in, it's going against nature, which is gravity. It's coming. So there are a whole lot of mechanical issues going on. These women did the calculation, both the speed, everything involved, and they got it to a T. But nobody had their name. So, why am I saying this? It said astronaut John Glenn did specifically requested that Catherine Johnson review all the calculations for the Friendship 7 mission before he could be confident enough to proceed. We must challenge ourselves because we have the potential, especially we that are out We have so much to give the world. That is why Biafra must end. Because when we have a place like Biafra, which will belong to us, we're going to determine our own fate and future. Whatever invention, whatever contribution we make to the world will not be suppressed. This is what the world is afraid of. They know our potential, but they know as long as they continue to put us down, make some of us believe that we are nothing, that we have contributed nothing to the world, starting from the time of our ancestors. Even though our ancestors laid the templates, so most of the civilization today we're talking about, it was our ancestors, you know, but they will never allow us to do that. Now let me give us the current one that I'm back off from here. This current one is about an African American generates electricity with people walking. This is happening now. It's trending now. And this guy is one from a 20-year-old African man. Greatest African man generates electricity from the footsteps of people walking within Global Award executive. Okay? The young man, a Global Award excellence. This young man is of a single parent, raised by his mother. He's an exceptional young man, Maya Toronka, is making waves in the world of clean energy. Having won the All Global Prize Award, and being a United Nations Academic Impact Millennium, Toronka, who is just 22-year-old, hails from Sierra Leone and grew up in a slum town with a single mother. The experience of the poor electricity supply and having to rely on burning coals and wood for lighting and heating would prevent him to find a solution. Why I'm going to end with this, but I brought this one when I said I must bring this in to challenge I've always believed that necessity is the father of invention. That is why I believe that conflict, it depends on how you look at conflict, propels you to the next frontier of invention. For our youth, yes, they're under pressure. I want them to begin to look at this pressure they're going through in that contraction called Nigeria. How do we get out of this? What can I do to bring any little level of comfort to our people and to myself? That's how inventions are birthed. Look at the 22-year-old man from Sierra Leone. And because where he was in the slump in Sierra Leone, he was using charcoal, he was using lamp to study. He challenged himself. Today he has broken a new frontier of generating electricity by people walking. He's tapping the vibration and generating electricity. We can be like him. You guys can do it because you're all Africans. We have wired. We are potentially wired. We have great deals to offer the world. Let's stop believing in what they tell us. We are greater than what they make us to be. That's why they're afraid of us. And that is why Biafra must come. Mazi, I'm going to rest here.
You said a lot, almost, honestly. Before I open the lines, I want to also say this. You know, all these things, like Nwada enumerated, to let us understand that we are not dummies as the West wants us to believe. You know, through many ways, including their religion. That they brought us education, they brought us this and that. That is life from the pit of hell. What they brought us is their own version of education. Their own version of education. Of which we would have charted our own way. Had it been, they didn't come. We would have learned and advanced our own way. So what we are saying here is, in order to build a solid and advancing nation, we are agitating to uphold, to restore. We need to not look down on our natural selves. We need to go back to our roots, to uphold our values. Because if we restore Biafra with this problems, chaos of religion, foreign religion, I'm telling you honestly, we will fight ourselves. The war we should be fighting now, what we are doing now, it will bring, it will enter into another level, and that level will be more dangerous. War. Heavy one. Because foreigners will have influence. They will be instigating their members through their different versions of Christianity. You understand me? You know, you should look at Asari Dokubo during NSAS protest, using Islam to call for mass slaughter of our people. He calls his Muslim brothers to come. Imagine that, for example, we are a country. We have restored our country. Don't you think that Muslims, they will arm him from outside in order to start fighting? What we are saying, these things that we think that it is a favor or it is good for us under freedom of worship. Yes, our leaders say Onyenachia, but there will be something that will be bedrock of our country, the institutions of our country. It should be our value. It should be the core bedrock. I want you go and study different countries of today that are advancing. None of them advance. None of the advancing countries have foreign religion as their core bedrock value. No. Either if that religion is too old for them to go back to their natural roots, now what they do, they will indigenize it. Christianity is not too long in our land. It's not up to 200 years. You know, that is why we have to even Islam today, the Fulanese, their ancestors embraced Islam as early as 10th century. You understand? Many Hausa you are seeing today, many Sahelians, African Sahelians, their ancestors embraced Islam as early as 9th, 10th century. You know what it means? Which means they have forgotten about their real original culture. Let me tell you that. That is their problem. So now they took Islam as their, because they cannot more remember nothing. They are different from us. Christianity came to our land in the 19th century. Not up to 200 years. 150 something, 60 something years. It's not long. So at least we remember, we know many things. It's not too much found dead that we cannot, go back to our roots. It's unlike the Muslims in the north, mostly the Fulani. Many of them, they have been there Islam have been there for, let's say, even 1,000 years. So there is no way. All their ancestors grew up with this Islamic tradition. So what they did, or what they should do, is to indigenize that Islam. Indigenize it. Make it indigenous. That is why you see, as 16 people were killed, Muslim pilgrims in Burkina Faso, Nigerian Muslims. They lie, they say, which I say is a lie, that they were going to pilgrimage in Senegal. They are Islam. They are not going to Mecca. These people now in Senegal, they have indigenized their Islam because it has been a long time they became Muslims. So they can no more understand their original culture. It's unlike us. It's different. So we make haste while the sun shines. Islam is in Igbo land, is coming now. So they are late. You understand? They are too late. We are trying to remove ourselves from the grips of the foreign religion and go back to our original culture, original tradition and culture, where we shall see ourselves as brothers and sisters, where our core values our institutions will be built on the bedrock of our core values, where nobody will see his brother as an infidel. unless a criminal will be treated as a criminal he is in our own way. You understand me? Once we build our nation with the bedrock of our core values, now we can tolerate others the same way others build their own with their core values and are tolerating others, but with limitation. You understand me? You cannot go to anywhere in Italy and say, okay, you want to build mosque. I have money, I want to buy land and build mosque. No. In many parts of Europe, no. You understand me? The same thing in the Arab world. You cannot go there and say, okay, I want to make church, and they give you, no. Though they tolerate you, but they give you limitation. Because they don't want anything that will bring confusion to their values they have established. But in our own land, the different versions of Christianity which Europeans fought, killed themselves for to establish in their land, all they congregate it in our land, so that we'll be fighting each other, so that the Roman Catholic will be castigating Pentecostal. Deeper Life will be castigating Church of God Mission. Church of God Mission will be castigating, talking against CMS. CMS will be talking against Apostolic. Different, chaos. We should be wise. That is what we preach here, so that we save our future. You understand? This is where I'm going to go into a few minutes break, so that when I come back, the lines will be opened so that people will start calling. Please do not go away, please. I will be right back. Do not go away. I will be right back.
Neocolonial imperialism. Now, imperialism.
Now you colonize yourself.
Now, imperialism, exactly. Where you don't invite the colonizer to colonize you. You colonize it.
You do it.
Most debates we're having on social media, you'll find is black people. Others are chanting down white men ideas. Others are defending white men ideas to the point of painting them black.
Yeah.
The black Jesus. You know, the Jesus is Osiris.
Christianity is an African concept.
Christianity is an African concept. Why? No, because Jesus, when he was a child, he ran away to Egypt. Okay. Why? No, because one of the meetings they were having about this, and they were in Egypt. I'm thinking about apartheid was made in South Africa.
So
does it make apartheid South African? Does it make apartheid African? Because the people who invented it, they were sitting here.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu, and with me is Nwada, Mariam Haider, and today is the 11th day of February 2022. Obochi Afo Tatabo Obochi Afo. Therefore, our lines are now opened. Our direct line, as usual, is +1 213 328 6224. +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. What we are doing here is opening our eyes more using historical facts. According to, there is something this musician Shehu, there is something he said which I got. He said talent is not intelligence, which is correct. You might be naturally talented in doing one thing or the other. It doesn't mean that you are intelligent or more intelligent now. No. And he said also, there are many talented people that are stupid. That is true. There are many talented people that are stupid. When you have knowledge, the only use of that knowledge is to raise people up, to also make them knowledgeable. That is true. Therefore, let me start by taking, please callers, hold on. Caller on direct line, can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Caller on direct line, please go on.
Mazi, good evening, sir.
Mazi, can you please, the place is noisy. Can you, Mazi, can you off your listening device, please? It's noisy. Off it, please. And go on talking through the phone. Go on.
Good evening, Mazi.
Are you using earpiece? You remove it. Your voice is sounding muffled, please. If you are using earphone, you remove it. Any person calling, stop putting earphones, please. Remove it and talk so that people will hear what you are saying. Go on, please, go on.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go on. Yes, go on.
Mazi, ana m ekele unu n'ọrụ m na-alụ unu jisi ike. Mazi, biko, o nwere ihe m chọrọ ịyọ. Ihe ka m ga-esi wee chọọ na IPOB member. Anọ m na Zoom.
Okay. You want a WhatsApp? You want a number WhatsApp? Okay. Inbox some now my studio line. Plus, if the WhatsApp line, please, +61 405 142 547. You have it. Not this one, please. +61 405 142 547. Okay. Or there here there. There. That is it. You know, do you see it? Do you see why consistency is good? How many years? There are people that are still asking, how can I join IPO? For you, it can look funny, but that is the reality. That is the reality. That is the importance, the beauty of consistency. We continue doing what we are doing. It doesn't matter the drawbacks. We continue, and people will continue opening their eyes. That is it. Caller on signal, you are the first caller. You have been holding on for going to 4 minutes now. Please, welcome to the program. Go on, please. Can you hear me? Caller on signal.
Yes, Mazi.
There we Mazi, go on.
Mazi, okay.
Go on.
Okay. Chukwu bless you, Mazi Jonathan. Mazi, but I'm hearing myself. I don't know why.
I don't know. But your voice is coming out clear. I don't know. You know, electronics, I don't know. But your voice is coming out clear. Everybody is hearing it. No echo.
Okay. Now it's better.
Okay.
Thank you, my beloved brother Jonathan. Bless you for good work you are doing for Biafrans. And our sister Mariam Haider, we love you for the great work you are doing. And we pray that you people will keep on doing this, because many Biafrans today has been, waking up from their slumber. And I will never forget to thank our leader Mazi Nandekano, a man who gave us this platform to learn. Yeah, man. Conditionally, that together you will come out in good health. We will continue to fight until Biafra is being restored. Mazi Jonathan, every Saturday, even not only Saturday, we always gather in Radio Biafra to educate ourselves and to equip ourselves so that when we meet the enemy, we can be able to confront them and deal with them decisively without making no mistake. And we are happy that today many of our people, their eyes has opened. They can now begin to reason like a normal human being, because this thing people came to tell us that the white men came to bring us this, to bring us that, to come and educate us before we don't have education. I begin to wonder, does it mean that our ancestors were not doing something before these people came? After all, for the first time, who asked them to come? Were they authorized? What they did to our place today, did our ancestors ask them to do what they did? Because when they came and saw how these people were operating, how things were moving fine, with the type of resources we have our land, this is why they begin to, they went off of went off. Begin to fight our people, even our people resisted them, until finally they succeeded. But thank God, just as you said, Mazi Jonathan, that this thing is not even up to 200 years. They brought this Christianity of the thing they want to use to, bamboozle our brain. That some people are ready to kill their parents because of one pastor told them that a woman who carried him or her in her stomach, bear her on up to 9 months, deliver her him or her in pains. They are ready to take a knife to go and kill the same woman because one idiotic pastor told them their father and their mother is their problem. And you begin to wonder, which type of stupidity is this? Mazi, just as you referenced before, here in Austria where we are residing, you cannot use this Christianity of a thing to stop them. No, they can allow you to go and look for one small place. You go there and do whatever you want to do. Even if you and the next neighbor, you use him to disturb him, they will call police and police will come there. If they give you the second warning, you continue, they will shut it down. And they won't allow you to use a megaphone to come out on the street, using it to shout Jesus, Jesus, Jesus every day. Repent because the kingdom of God is. They won't allow you to do it. They are Christian country, Mazi. They are doing it to use whatever you are doing to spoil another person, Gary, because they have the rules and regulations their people are following. If you want to cross the boundary, they will bring you back to where you're supposed to sit. There are Muslims also here. You can go there and do, if you make noise, or you're not even allowed to bring your megaphone outside wherever they ask you to go and make your prayer. If you do it, they will close it down. The government set a standard that they know that this is what makes our people. You can, just as our leader Mazi said, if you want to go and worship a cockroach, it is on your own. But you cannot use that your cockroach to disturb the rules and regulations where Biafra government have laid down that govern the people. You can worship whatever you want to worship, it is your own. But don't use it to come and disturb us. If you try it, if you don't take time, you will go to jail. This is the type of system we want to build. Even most of them today, Mazi, that are calling you sometimes or talking rubbish because of these teachings we are having here. Ask them wherever they're residing here in the Western world. Do they use this Christianity they want to use to? They don't use it to disturb the people there. No, it is only in the zoo. You will pass one street, you will see different churches, up to 10 different churches. Everybody, their megaphone is outside shouting. When you say these people are dead body, I believe it because some of them, their brain is completely, they can't listen again. Because only the noise in Nigeria alone, only noise, will even make your brain not to settle well. Go out of the street and see where they are blowing horn. Every time, if you don't have a horn set, somebody will ask you, okay, you don't get horn, why you don't blow horn? But here in the Western world, if you blow horn, people will be looking at you. What is It's on. If you continue, they will call police on you. Like, people are living a life when you see how government structure the system they believe on. Everybody, doesn't matter where you come from. This is why when you come here, Mazi, they will allow you to pass through their system. You have to go and learn their language so that thing you carry come. You not gonna use them to stop them. They will tell you without their language, you can't stay here because you're not gonna work. To reset your brain, reset your mindset. That thing you carry come from outside. When you come here, you have to live and abide the way they have set their structure, which is entrance first. The way they do their own things first. Any other thing you carry, put it in your pocket. You can do it in your house, but immediately you come outside your house, you are going to live the life of the standard they have set. This is what you are teaching here in this radio Biafra. This is what you are telling our people in this religion we are learning here every Saturday. That our people will know that when this Biafra come, somebody will not use because of they are going to CMS. You want to use it to disturb somebody going to Catholic or somebody going to Jehovah or whatever you want to believe you want to do in Biafra land. Don't use it to disturb our Biafran rules and regulations that are going to set down, which is Biafra will be. We are saying it's better for all of us. And we must keep on preaching this in Mazi. Believe me, I have seen people, every Saturday they gather here. They want to listen, they want to learn. And we must keep on doing this until Biafra is being restored. My name is Mazi. I'm calling from Austria.
And you too. There were. You know, there is a question I used to ask our people. This Christianity, churches everywhere in the streets of our land, from one street to another. Normally, our place is supposed to be crime-free paradise, crime-free paradise. You know, that is bubbling with love, bubbling with, goodness. But the contrary, everywhere is hot. What I mean hot, people are explosive. Everybody is a keg of gunpowder that is waiting to explode. Now I continue asking, what is then the need of a churches, blah 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 everywhere? You will see a 3-story building, each floor, the downstairs is a different church. The first floor is another different church altogether. Second floor, a different church. Third floor, a different church. Normally, our place should be a paradise on earth. If really what they are talking is a reality. But on the contrary, what we are seeing is man's inhumanity to man. Everywhere. Every type of crime is seen, name it, everywhere. Now you start asking, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Because they are shielding their evil with Christianity. They are shielding it. That is the way they made it to be, right from origin. What concerned the original people, the Europeans that brought Christianity, they didn't come to tell us about God because they are warned that, look, these Africans know God more than you Europeans. So we are not going there to teach them God. We are just going there to mentally conquer them so that we can remote control them. So that somebody can use knife and kill you because he's defending Jesus. You understand me? Your brother will kill you because he's defending Jesus. Or Muhammad. You see how they stoned Deborah Samuel Yakub in Sokoto? Her own brothers stoned her because of religion, because of foreign, what Arabs brought to them. The same thing in our land. That is the only intention. Divide them so that they take you. Now you see somebody from my village. We take as long as not I'm a Roman Catholic church, he take an Italian Roman Catholic member to be his brother more than me, that is his blood brother. Do you see the trick? So that an Anglican, my brother that is an Anglican, because I'm not an Anglican member, he will take Queen of England as his god or demigod, his personal sister, more than me, his brother. That is the only intention and nothing more. Forget about teaching you God. That is rubbish. You know God naturally more than them. We know God. We know God. We practice spirituality. That is the way it is. Not the just mental conquest. That is it. Caller.
Maybe what you just reiterated now, which is what I try to bring up, I brought up. Contrast what you listed today, the level of insecurity we have today, to even 20 years, 30 years back, when we had lesser number of churches, and the level of security we had. It happened in my own lifetime, 30, 40 years ago. We didn't have the amount of insecurity we have today. We didn't even have the level of police and everywhere, policing the whole community. But we had good amount of security. I remember when I was growing up, I could walk in the middle of the night. The only thing I was afraid of was like this, maybe spirit, you see spirit. But I was not afraid of people. We were free. Thank you, Mazi.
That's the only thing you were afraid of that time. Bush baby, to meet bush baby in the bush. Yes. But this time around, you are afraid of kidnappers who are, most are going to, they are sent by pastors or they are going to churches, different churches. You thought, caller on WhatsApp. Thank you for holding on for 18 minutes, please. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Mazi, Jonathan.
Ndewo. Dekwara gị. Nọnyere gị.
Anyị gbakọrọ agbakọ nke anyị dị mmadụ na-atọ wee na-ege ihe na mmemme anyị na-eme Satọde niile.
Ndewo.
So
enwekwa onye nwere ajụjụ ya ajụkwa. It doesn't matter the question.
O nwere otu nwa okorobịa nọ Ngana m ga-emecha mkpọkwute ya dị ajụ ọnya ajụjụ maka o nwere ihe ndị na-agba ya n'obi.
Okay.
Mana anyị na-eme mmemme nga ịghọtago anyị bụ ndị kwesịrị ike na ihe a na-eme ime ka Biafra nwere onwe ha ka anyị nọrọ onwe anyị tụọ Chukwu okike anyị otu o siri ike anyị onye anyị na-agba mbọ ya ịghọtago. So a na-ekele gị nne a ga-eji asụsụ Igbo wee maka asụsụ na ọmụmụ. Ana m ekele 1973 precisely mgbe onye a na-akpọ T.L. Osborne bịa were helikọpta wee na-efechasị traks ebe niile n'ala Igbo. Onye izi mbụ bịa zie ya onye ọcha ama mma osi Germany wee bịa.
Maazị ị na-ekwu 1973 but olu gị dị ka onye amụrụ 2002.
Maazị anyị ndị amụrụ anyị 5 years tupu enwee na independent 1983. Anyị mụrụ anyị 1955.
Imenere ya Chineke ekwe na ya.
1955.
Olu gị yikwara olu 10 ihe.
Ịhụkwa m ahụ na onwe m ọkwa kpọkịrịkpọ ka m gwụkwa. Ndewo. Anyị gbakwuchara mbọ ka anyị nwere ike ịgba. Ihe m na-ekele gị iwu ozi ọma anyị na-ezi ugbu a wụ ya awụ ozi nzọpụta. Ihe awụ ya awụ ụdọ ji ndị Igbo wụ ihe gbasatara arụrụ ala ndị ọcha were bịa nga ekpe chọọchị. Anyị tụtụrụ omenala anyị niile Chineke ji wee nọrọ anyị nso were etofuchie. Mgbe T.L. Osborne aha bịara ka m bịa soro ha na-aga chọọchị ahụ. Agagide m mmekọta ndị chọọchị otu o shiri m n'obi mee m wụrụ onye odome ego mekwa mmụrụ onye nkọwata okwu na-akọwata okwu aga na crusade mmụọ na ka a na-akpọ mkpuchi isoma nnọọ bekee niile ị ga-asụ sụkwara ya gbuo akpọ m nkọwacha ha na onye ọbụla anabata ihe ekwu mana eruru mgbe o ruru 1978 ha lụọ ọgụ n'ime ụlọ chọọchị aga m akpọ chọọchị ahụ ha lụọ nnukwute ọgụ gịnị na-ada ego eshia ka m lechara ha anya sa ewo mbidozie gama ha na baịbụl abịa chọba hapụ ọtụtụ ihe n'ime ruo 1980 1978 ka a lụrụ ọgụ 1980 m gadebe chọọchị wee ruo taa tupu m akpa ha ụlọ chọọchị ọdụ wee ruo taa kamgbe 1980 wee ruo taa ikwute egwu chọọchị nga m nọ mụ na ga-enwe nsogbu echi ha jikere bịa ma n'ụlọ m bịa na-achị m ele ihe kpata m dị ka a na-abịa chọọ m bịa ọwụnụ kpọtara n'ụlọ chọọchị ha mbụ ha sị mba sị elegwe ihe m ji chichi wee hụrụ ụkwụ m lama otu m chiri wee bịa unu bịa bịa ịbịa abịa chọkwa m ọzọ sị enye m efe ana m ji ghọta ihe ndị a niile mana ele otu ndị ọzọ ga-esi ghọta ya ozi ọma ị na-esi ọ maazị onye isi anyị onye ndu Chineke kpọpụtara ya onye malitere ozi a dịka m kwuru mgbe gara aga eweziokwu akpọghị m aha m wu Igbo ji onwe maazị Igbo ji onwe aha m aha onye doro m Igbo ji onwe so ya bịa bụrụ ma ihe m chọrọ ikwu n'ụwa jisie ike n'ozi ọma na ị na-eji ọ na-ebi anyị ntị ọ na-aba anyị ntị ọ na-aba anyị ntị ghọtago ka nwanne m kelee nwanne onye kọọdinetọ onye kọọdinetọ ebe ịghọtago
ya aghọtago m onye doro ịkpọ ahụ ebe ndewo maazị ịchọ ghara ịkpọ ahụ ebe isi maka ụbọchị dị njọ kwe na-aghọta
anyị alaeze eluigwe na-akpọ gị alaeze eluigwe na-akpọ gị ọ ga-adịghị na mma maazị biko ebe unu ji ihe a biko unu jisie ike anyị na-ekwu ya na-ekwuchi ike gịla Nwada Mariam Haider biko unu jisie ebe unu ji nke unu ji ka mma jisie na ike kewa na ihe ebe a biko na ana m aya yọyọ unu kewa ebe a ma ọ wee ebe a anyị agaghị ala n'ihi na ụbụrụ ndị be anyị atịchiela ndị emere anyị ihe biko nụ m na-ayọ unu jisie ebe ya ike ọ ga-adịrị gị na mma dịrị nwaanyị na mma dịrị ọhamadike na mma nke nnukwu n'aka ọhamadike ike pụtara anyị ka ike kọntinu ụbọchị gazie maazị
ndewo ya gazie udo dịrị ụnụ
oke onye nke ọzọ na-abịa biko onye nke ọzọ na-abịa
maazị mgbede
ọma ndewo
site na mpaghara akụkụ ụwa ebe anyị nọ na mbụ ana m ekele gị maka mbọ ị na-agba na-agba mbọ ka ịtọhapụta anyị ma n'olu ana m asị na Chukwu Okike Abịama nke pụrụ ime ihe niile na ọ ga na-agba gị ume na ife ọbụla ị na-achụ asị aja wee na-emegụnụ wee na-ewepụta ohere wee na-emegụnụ wee na-agbasa ozi ya na ọ ga-akwụchi ahụ ya mmaji kwuru mmaji ọ ga-eji Biafra kwụ anyị ụgwọ obere ajụjụ m chọrọ ịjụ ugwu na o nwere ife anyị na-eme ka anyị wee gosi otu anyị nwa bụ ndị Biafra si efe Chukwu ka ndị mmadụ wee na-amata na ọkwa n'usoro a bụ usoro anyị nwa si efe Chukwu maka ka anyị na-ekwu okwu nke ewetara anyị na-egosikwa ka ndị mmadụ mata na otu a bụ otu anyị nwa si efe Chukwu maka na iji ọnụ kịta m ga-asị gị na akụkụ Igbo ọwụna nwere ụdị ha si eme nke ha o nwere otu anyị nwa wụ Biafra si efe nyawo Chukwu Okike Abịama ka anyị bido kụziwere ihe ndị mmadụ.
Yes. Ajụjụ gị bara uru ọfụma ịgwa gị eziokwu. Ihe mere na ịma ihe anyị na-eme wụ na mbido wụ ịkwalite mmụọ anyị because anyị nwa agaghị ego ụzọ ị na-aghọta anyị agaghị ego ụzọ so imepe anyị anya otu aha Ọhamadikechi mepee anyị anya first. O buru ụzọ mepee anyị anya, nye anyị amamihe, ọgụgụ isi, mepee ka anyị nwee ọgụgụ isi first. Now ịma anyị bịa mee ihe na anyị, chọpụta nsogbu anyị, identify our problem, chọpụta nsogbu anyị, ọ dị now easy inweta solution. So like ihe m na-ekwu here oge ọbụla bụ anyị abụghị ọkachamara na ihe niile. Ihe anyị na-ewepụta isi iwu history, ihe gbasara otu ihe siri mee, otu mmiri si baa n'opi ụgbọgọrọ. Ekere ọrụ eke, enwere ndị oge awa ọrụ ha pụtazie because ihe awụ ihe anyị na-achọ. Onye pụta ya so oke lee amatụ m otu esi even ịga ọfọ, ka a kụziere ndị be anyị otu esi aga ọfọ. Ị ga-ahụ nwanne anyị nwoke wụ Matias, o bidogo nke ya otu aka ọ dị, ekere ọrụ eke. Ọ bụrụ na a ga-anaụsịrịrị na IPOB na otu aka a ga-esi, no, mmadụ nwere ike pụta na na-emekwe otu ka ọ na-aga na the structure. Ọ ya ọdịdị Matias o bidogo nke ya, ha na-enwe mgbakọ, ọ na-akpụ ya omenala bụ ụzọ eziokwu. Ọ ihe dị mma ka ọwụ ihe a na-eme dị awụ. Some people na-akastigate, why are you gathering again? You say church? No. Ihe anyị nọ na 21st century. Ihe a na-agadawo ka a na-akụziri people ndị mma ihe, because e nwere ndị mma ihe otu ihe siri dị, otu esi aga ọfọ, otu esi aka nzu, otu esi eme nke a na omenala Igbo. People bịa ha na-akụzi lee ọ ya wụ ihe a people si na-agada like ya nwe ebidogo nke ya. Now so otu a ka ọ dị. Onye ma oge onye isi anyị bidoro na-epreach ihe, o bidoro na redio na-epreach first. Okwe na aghọta, he started first preaching. Now he started impacting knowledge. From that knowledge, you see talented people of different kinds started rising up in every part of the world in order to identify with what our leader is doing. Did you see how things are done? Our leader, no, he started raising awareness first. Raise awareness. Biafra. Now you see people, eba ya werekwe talent ya bidokwe wepụtakwa amamihe ya bidokwe join kwa the structure na-emekwa ihe ọ na-eme. That is the way we are doing this. Enwere ndị ga-eme now, enwere ike gbakọsị na ha achịkọta people ọnụ ebe ha nọ, a na-akụzi ha ma otu esi aga ọfọ, a na-akụzi ihe gbasara omenala Igbo, lee omenala anyị, lee ọdịnala anyị, ha na-akụzi is part of it. It's not that all I want to marry or Mazi Jonathan or Mazi or Nwada or ndị na-akụzi ga-abịa na-asị ngwa ka structure. No, that is why I read. When you have knowledge, the only use of that knowledge is to raise people to also make them knowledgeable. Once you equip people with knowledge, you have done a lot. Now, each people will use their knowledge in order to do something positive. So what we are doing, there are people that will come out to be teaching omenala Igbo, Ordinala Igbo, oteshi ekpekpere, oteshi agofo, oteshi alonwai, oteshi ihe ile gbasara ndai, all our value. That is it. Enwekwe nke ịma gị na-akụzikwere ndị nọ n'akụkụ. A time will come, everybody ga dị saturated. Almost the people agazi agwa ochi ntị na Yesu na people gazi na agbakọsị na ka anyị na-enwe nzukọ ụmụnna like ndị omenala Igbo a na-enwe nzukọ, onye mara nke ọma ya bịa kụzie, because ihe anyị nọwo 21st century. Enwekwe people na-enwe WhatsApp group now. I know groups now. Ihe anọwo omenala ọdịnala Igbo ka a na-akụzi dị na WhatsApp groups. So all part of all those things. That is onye aka m chọrọ ka m kọwara gị, ma m ịghọtara anything about on it.
Imeela.
Ndewo.
Mazi, o nwere onye nke ọzọ kwuburu okwu mbụ nwere ihe ọsịka ya chọrọ itikwu m obere.
Okay, ngwa m ya kwuo.
Maazị biko ọwụ nwa ike nwa mmiri wee bụ chi m na-ekwu.
Ndewo.
Biko o nwere ihe dị mkpa. O nwere nwanne anyị nwoke kwutekwara okwu ya na mbụ ngere. Mana ọ nọkwa m n'obi kamgbe eri ọ nọ m n'obi. Ma ụbọchị taa m sị ka m jụọ maka ihe a. Achọrọ m ka ihe nwunye m chere obi m ọ ga-ekwe omume na all the whole coordinators anywhere in the world, I'm telling you, ọ ga-ekwe omume na onye ọbụla wụ coordinator ga-awụ very hardcore of onye ọdịnala, ga-awụ onye nwa ndị gboo ma ya na-akọ, n'ihi na ọ wụ ndị ọdịnala na-eme freedom na aghọta this freedom. Biko ayọ ka m na-ayọ ọ wụrụ ga-ekwe omume biko si na ihe a ka all the whole coordinators ka ha niile laghachi na ọdịnala anyị na-alaghachi n'ọdịnala anyị onye awụnye na Igbo bịa ihe ka anyị na-achọ onye ọbụla na-eme na kwesịrị ịwụ onye ọdịnala biko ayọ ka na-ayọ ọnwụ na-ekwe omume biko si mee ya na obi ga-atọ m ụtọ mkpukpu agazie maazị.
Ndewo. Okay, ndewo. Ihe mere na ọ bụrụ ihe Maazị Jonathan Nwada ga-edecide. Ihe anyị na-ekwu ndị isi ha nọ na-ege kwe na aghọta ọ ya nwa ka m kwuru the other day si that ihe anyị nụkwa na just like government ị ga na lobby ihe ọwụ na-awụ ihe dị mma o nidru lobbying ihe a na-akpụ lobbying ịgba mbọ ka ọ bụrụ na ịkọ ọkpụ na ọ niile but all lobbying consistent lobbying like the other day that I said that it is time for even principal officers, mostly coordinators, to be vetted, before taking that office. Yes. So our decision is a suggestion that, the leadership will take care of. It depends on the yearning of the people. You understand? So that is where lobbying come into being. That is what I'm saying. So I want to hear now. On here, I get a shimmy we decide on. Mana, onye ọzọ na-ekwu ọ dị mma ọ ga-enye ndị won biko enwere ndị ọzọ na-akpọ biko ọ na-agbalị ya jisi n'ike.
Maazị biko enwere iwe biko onye nke Chineke gọzie gị. O nwere ihe chọrọ ịlụtụ nwa aka nwa obere. O nwere mgbe onye ndu anyị na-ekwu okwu mgbe gara aga maka o kwuru ọtụtụ ihe ihe nwoke ahụ kwuchara ihe niile a ga-ekwu ọ bụ onye chetere nụ ọ sị ya amaghị otu ọgụ agha chiri were dị ọgụ anyị hụrụ anyị kwafuru anyị mebisiri ihe niile anyị nwere kwuo mmadụ 5 million amaghị otu ọgụ agha chiri ịmara na ọ ndị chọọchị ka eji gara aga zie nna anyị ukwu aha bụ Ojukwu Oziọma and nwanne anyị nwoke ahụ eji gara ihe ahụ ka na ugbu a ọ ga nọ n'ala Igbo anyị ugbu a o chigwerero mgbadata ala Igbo ịghọtago o chigwerero mgbadata ala Igbo ilele anya na ihe dị ị ga-ahụ ihe m sendịrị ịghọtago ị ga-ahụ ya ị ga-ahụ ihe m dere na vidio igbe ị ga-ahụ ihe m dere nga ọkwa otu chọọchị a ka eji were mee ọgụ aha bie na mberede nga anyị kwadogwere inye anyị Biafra ọkwa ofu chọọchị a ka ejigara m na-aga kwa ụbọchị m na-aga n'ụzọ m na-ebe akwa maka ihe nwoke ahụ mere anyị so jisi ike nwanne m gọzie gị aga m na-eti ihe anyị ga na-eti imi n'ekpere Chukwu gọzie gị obi dị mma n'ebe ị nọ.
We must continue. Caller on signal, you have been there 21 minutes. Welcome to the program. Call on signal. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi Jonathan, I can hear you.
Welcome to the program.
Good evening, Sir Mazi Jonathan. Our mom, good evening, Mazi Jonathan. My name is Mazi Fanyi. I'm calling from my location. Mazi Jonathan, in this your program, many lives will be repented. I'm telling you the fact. Many lives will be born again in the way of our religion, in the way of our forefathers used to worship Chukwu Okeabiama. I'm telling you the fact. The fact is that he's entering, and the people will be liberated from the shackle of this Western world, caging us, bonding us, and bringing their baggage in the name of religion to us. Many lives will be liberated, and the Chukwuka Abiyama ga-anara with this the message, with this message that you are passing through us, Chukwuka Abiyama will be lifted up. Mazi, in this your program, I told you that I'm one of them that always criticizing my ancestors. I'm one of them. When I went to these called churches, then will tell me that my grandfather is that. This. Then will be telling me that my grandfather committed a lot of evil. They will be telling me that my grandfather do many bad evil. Since last year that I started listening to this program, every Saturday program based on religion. In this your program, I confess, I apologize to my ancestors. Since then, I never be the same. Everything is moving forward to me. I'm telling you the fact. My prayer to those of us, those our brothers and our sisters, that always fighting for the religion of white men. If you want to go and discuss to them about what white men did to us, they will now take it upon themselves to fight you, as if you have touched where you don't want to touch. My prayer for them is God will, Chukwuka Abiyama will tell them for them to see the truth. Truth is about to review. Truth is about to tell, and the history is about to repeat. Let our people leave this white religion of things and go back to our roots. We can never be discussing our ancestors and be praising another white man ancestor. People that took us as a slave. People that introduced slave trade to our forefathers. People that make our forefathers to commit a crime. You start praising them. And on your own side, you demoralize your ancestors. You crucify your ancestors. You pray against your ancestors. Not only pray, even send fire to them. I want every one of us to remember one day you will go back and become an ancestor. You become an ancestor to another people. Whatever you do to your ancestors by criticizing them, by demoralizing them, people will still do you like that. And that is what white men want. Let us leave their own religion and focus the way our forefathers used to worship Chukwuka Abiyama. Our forefathers worship Chukwuka Abiyama. Their band and our Babaji was beaming. Everything our forefathers was doing that time was successfully. But this time around, let us just look and think and look into our life. Whether this called Christianity as a religion, what have we achieved with it? Then we told you that to prepare your weight in the heaven. Prepare your weight in the heaven, that your weight is going to be in the heaven. Why? All of them are driving private jets, having a building, having a mansion all over the world. Go to their bank account. If you fall into their bank account, Mazi, you will break a leg. But then we tell us that our blessing is in the heaven. Our weight and our mansion is in the heaven. Mazi, this topic is entering.
There we
We must go back to our roots.
Of course, there will.
May Chukwuka Abiyama bless you and give you strength for you and our mothers start teaching us this good message. Here we can abuzoma Chineke. May God bless you, Mazi. Let me drop from here so that August will chip there.
There will. You see, we must continue. Caller on WhatsApp. Hold on, please. Let me try to pick caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Ndewo Mazi.
Yeah, my name is Kiriwe Chika from Baba. But I come from the Republic of Cotonou, from the Republic. Mazi, I think I'm different. It's powerful. That's easy. I can make sure that keep all of you alive. Complete to teach this gospel. I think the word of God, the real word of God. And this particular place, 900 people for 900 for me, more than 100 people is 900 for grant. With the government, because they're supporting the government in power. Now, this program, now, it's not easy, but agony, we're going to talk. You know, we're going to talk. We report the gospel. That's where we are a state of Biafra. Now, even here in Benin, the way our people are pushing this here. Can you imagine? In my line, when I was speaking, somebody was just trying to make noise, and as he was making the noise, the woman just arrived. Madam, that song is too much. The people that are sitting behind me, they were angry. That the song is too much. Why are they shouting, disturbing people? I'm not saying that this is what they normally do. They have brought this into this particular picture that we are. This is in London. They all of them are arrested. And the last paper that maybe I was playing, I just was telling them that what they are doing is not the way. That they should leave this brainwash that what they are teaching people continue giving them fake hope. And some of them think that maybe laughing at us or continuing to work. No, even when Hamadi was causing him, telling him all manner of things today, it has become a geology which everybody knows now is wearing the truth, seeing the light. So this is the only way it can be liberated from that zoo. Without this particular path we are taking, we cannot liberate ourselves. That is the real truth. In that zoo, the way they carry white man culture for head, you will say, why zoo no come be paradise? Why zoo no come be change? At least everybody will change. But the answer is the reverse is the case. Because zoo is the capital of empire. Zoo is the capital of empire. But in Benin here, they are not much, they don't value social Christianity the way people take it, carry it on their head, and it's heavy, even on their head as they do women every day on the sun. Even their face, you see a matured man standing on the sun, stopping himself, shouting in certain neighborhood in the name of dependent white man Jesus, he doesn't even know. But here in Benin, you see, it can express a little freedom. But in that particular zoo, that I carry all the whole religion on their head, the zoo is capital of hellfire. Capital of hellfire, man, the jungle. Why don't that Christianity train the zoo to become saints, so everybody be saints? The answer is yes. Including the Islam there. You see? That is why I'm telling them that what you are doing is brainwashing, because you are encouraging your members supporting the government which is oppressing you every day, because all of you are partnering with the government in power. You are telling people that God will give God will. Now, you are driving jeep, building mansions. Why don't you wait to let God come and do all this for you? But you are making people to collecting off a cut and that from poor people, giving them fake hope, telling them, don't worry, tomorrow shall be well, while you are eating from their pocket. You see the kind of hate people, they know what they are doing, Mazi. And our people have been brainwashed for the last week. We are telling them the truth. They don't want to fight you, but I say, after all, my leader, When he started, you were talking, telling this madman what he's saying. But today, he's got an ideology which is going to liberate everybody. That's why it is. We are not ashamed of preaching the gospel. We must continue to preach the gospel of the liberation, because this Christianity of a thing has scattered our people's lives, scattered their brain. Igbo man, Igbo woman has nothing to do, or rather to sharpen Jesus from morning to night. Forgetting that what we are worshiping, what we claim that you worship, very Mazi that to pray for you, is an idol, but you condemn your own ancestors, condemn your own people. They will tell you to pray. Any ancestral spirit, you cancel them, fire, that by fire. But we are praising white men ancestors that kill us as a slave. We are praising them, healing them, targeting their own people. How do you think that our land will favor us? How do you think that our ancestors be happy? Because anywhere our ancestors is today, they are angry because of what we are doing, because we have gone against our way of life. In our land is only one level. Everybody is our own tradition, because we are not religious people, we are spiritual people. All of it is about the practicality. We can breathe. That is our own culture. If the morning, they go forgive you, they got away. But today, our people have gone to carry white man religion on their head and trying to defend everything. Even in the north now, they are killing their fellow northerners in the name of blasphemy. I didn't that Islam conquered before the England. That is how it.
Of course. There, Mazi, I know your airtime is finished. I know. That's why I cut. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
I can hear Mazi. Am I coming out?
You are, please, Mazi, go on. Mazi, your distance shall sound. I'm on a gadget in a use. No. Okay.
From the phone,
Okay. Go on.
the thing is, our people is receiving it in a hard way. Mazi, relative to the topic tonight, did you know that my own father that was just the village because they violated the law of but you know, in the olden time, there is a bunch of people that hold the secret of God. Now, because of religion, because he said that he has repented in the spirit of uncle to the church that he has accepted Jesus as the Lord and Savior. Now, because of the oath he took, one of his friends told him that Empire was going to have to kill him because they have to kill him when they go to the bush hunting. Because he has violated the law of not Congo. When he entered of Congo. But because of religion, even today, the man has never found as he has never had that remorse, but he becomes something that will give us because as of that time, no matter what you have, if you have a charm or any charm that will kill anybody, when you use that charm our village, immediately you reach our toll gate, you will forget yourself. You will never remember what you are coming to do. Either you come back or you come back.
But because of Christianity, they have destroyed our cities because they are bringing church to us. And when you tell them, they will tell you, they will give us pay the price. Jesus paid the price that you will be suffering. That we will buy it. Yes. Now today, people church has never one day. Rather than they will creating problems. As I'm talking to you now, because I'm not attending the same church, my father will give back to me. And I'm not in a good time with my parents. Something that church brings to us. What was I telling my father? So I remember when we are under, when we are little. You tell me when we have people. You used to take all of us, all of the people. But now you have repented. Other things are not evil. Even your father is evil. Everything we pray in the church is of your father is being forced to us. Now, you will not believe that ancestors give us very good things to protect us, to preserve us. People have the land of children. But these people now have come to the self for the one that the next generation pay the debt. That is what we are trying to bring to us. But when you are telling them, and I thank God that everything that you people are doing, everything that the Kano taught us, everything we are doing, sinking. Our people are repenting. Our people are getting into a hard way. Because when you bury the roof, it will not linger. It's just for a matter of time. Yeah. Mazi, keep on doing
Thank you, Mazi. You are speaking, but I'm seeing that you are muted here. Sometimes electronic can be funny. My brother is talking, but I'm seeing it here in my phone that he is muted. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Caller on signal.
Yes, Dede Jonathan. Dede Jonathan, Jishike Dede O. Mommy Nwada, Jishike. Dede Jonathan, let me ask you a question. If we are worshiping Chukwokika, the true God, why must we be fighting for our freedom? We have already every classes of pastor, we have it in Biafra land. Don't check. Likewise, bishop and others. Churches, every street in Biafra land, including my state, we have churches. Why are we suffering? Why is Fulani that are Muslims worshiping Muhammad to praise God? Why are they ruling? We call ourselves Biafra, where we get common sense. When we tell them, say we are arrogant, our leader, common sense. Yeah, discharge has been put. Still, our leaders kept silent. They're telling us to come and do votes. Jonathan, we are the children of the Most High Chukwokika. And the Chukwokika owns this project, this Biafra. And Chukwokika kept me here. Okay, what happened in the line is that I'm outside arrogant. And the body song and push Biafra, let that person come out. And we wait with Biafrans. If we get common sense, a disaster, you never see the disaster. And the Jonathan, you're buying them. Are you a gem? Don't shoot out as our leaders. That's Kavenja all over the world. Look at the home of Nwada. Look at the Jonathan. You are a slave. That's Jonathan is a slave. And you are insulting it here. Let that job to come out and tell us that you are arrogant. Let them allow us to go and let the Fulani get aware.
Dara, if they want blood, we get the hand, we show blood. We want peace. We are an institution, not organization. IPOP is an institution. We them from the most tight quota. Another thing is our HOD. Simple. Any other person at the judge, let that person come out. Another thing is Chukwoka them as saying that I First Maccabees chapter 13 and the same First Maccabees chapter 14. Very important. How Simon released the Jews. Can check it. There. And then Jonathan, check it. The family of Mattathias took it upon them to save the Israelites. Can check it. And the one called Simon his son released the Jews when his father died. And look at that trophy. Captured Jonathan and the king. Verse 7, very important. Verse 41, verse 42, and verse 51. Then I think it is a total freedom of Biafran race. Authority from Chinedu. I want the Monko. Authority from Nwada. I also like that. And the same point. If you call yourself a family of dead and Nambeka, to go to easy, performing his destiny. I occasionally can performing my own destiny. Jonathan is performing. Oh, you know, you are getting a job. You are going to buy it. Jonathan, I say with the Bible says. Okay, then Jonathan, I run the mass. Just 1 minute. Unbind the spiritual process of our ancestors for us to grow, just like put a corn in the ground and it will grow. Take time. All it's quick again. Only God that gives victory. Only God that blesses. Don't shadow without destiny. I know anywhere young. I could tell that Jonathan, what power is Ghana United Nations? I can shake it anywhere young. Yes, in a land like that, Jonathan. Now sing it, Jonathan. I stake my life for you. I'm taking them on a horn. If they are not arrogant, let them release our leader. It's child that are acquitted from their competent court of appeal. They are not going to Cambridge. What's the man about this woman? Common sense. And the Fulani themselves guide the people, but you can't carry Bokaram. They teach them a lesson. Biafra, anywhere you are, don't fear. Oh, follow the OS. She tell you Biafra be the wrong God. United Nations without plot. Now, occasions come out put on our Come and solve the school come up. Those people on that United Nations. Now, all I see the blank. Look at our food. The best things that have the best food. I don't know America, I don't now let's go to Jonathan. This is the spiritual land of the Most High. The type of spirit in on God, Jonathan. The don't know what is coming to them. Okay, money no cards and the continent Apollo don't we can have the carriage of power. Then I put a time when you don't have the bank. None can get from my Jonathan. Can't get the track out of Jonathan, you know, time when I can make a child. Oh, the shaker. Oh, my Bible. Like where then I put a time when you the 9 o'clock I guess to put to pay my time, which I pay some number. Like where I'm blessed with that. What's the name in a minute by him on? I like the chain and guard, Mitch Palmer who like no, now from. Oje, omena lumu Chineke kere lo wagadere. Biafrans.
Oh, Biafran, there Mazi. Biafran, I have a caller on direct line. Welcome to the program, Mazi. Mazi Ben. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good evening. Yeah, can you talk Professor Jonathan? Thank you so much.
Happy New Year and old year.
It's on to you. Even though this new ring our husband died
oh, very, very sad. My condolence.
Yeah, anyway, my brother, you and Mariam Haider, you have done. Let me say, this is the best film that has ever happened to IPO. After Mazi Nnamdi can believe me. But my regret is that it's not the kind of advertisement you should get. I listen every day, my brother, for anything to call or to complain about. All I do is to learn and learn and learn and reinforce my beliefs. This is over 15 years I gave up the church. I don't pray in English and pray in the language. My brother, a lot of people have called and we can say again, I've said it before. If we do not give up one man's religion, we're gonna have a hard time. What the fuck about even Fulani in our mind? The Fulanis understood this. That's why they kill Christians in the past. They made it part of infected religion. I keep asking, why did the white
Mazi, it seems you put it on speaker or you are car stereo this thing. I don't know.
Let me.
Please, because
okay,
you need
is it better now?
Yes, it's highly better. It's okay.
Okay, my brother. You know, I keep asking that question. Why did they not force the Fulanis and the Hausas to adopt Christianity? But they make sure that they force the Southerners. I keep questioning that because they need the future, they're going to use them. You know, last week when you people came on the radio, Haider was talking about the Fulani, their religion, how they are using their religion and what they believe in. And if you look at the Fulani, their religion is derived, or their Quran is derived from the Old Testament.
Of course.
And I for now.
Of course.
The New Testament is what they use to use of. Coming back to Mariam, you know, my brother, let me tell you something about the doctor that questioned our ancestors. I couldn't believe anybody who called him doctor will question that. Even a fool knows what an ancestor is. Let me tell you something. You know, the issue that Mariam raised this afternoon, it was one of my biggest shocks about black inventions and contributions to mankind. And unless, like you mentioned, the black African month here in America. I was in the teaching profession for 15 years before I left. That was the day the first time that was introduced during the Black Month. My brother, you know what I said to myself? Black people invented everything in the world. If you go and read American or study the American history of black contribution, my brother, you'll be amazed. What? And they continue to do it today. The fastest computer is from Nigeria. You know, Gary? But people look at it, they don't even know what this one has done. Recently, the best mathematician that is God that beat the whole world is from Nigeria. And you question black race. And you know what secret? They diagnose the genetic makeup of animals and human beings. Highest of them, gorilla, got 3. This thing got 4. Let me put it this way. White people have 6. Blacks have 9. And it's proven that the highest number of genetic makeup of any species shows that he's the most creative and the most intelligent. There are so many things that you people are bringing up here that you don't know. And I hope and I wish that people will listen to this Saturday program of October. I'm beginning to be happy that you are bringing it during the weekdays too. I don't miss this program. I don't call because I have nothing to call about other than to learn. And God will bless you up, Mariam. You are a very intelligent woman, and I believe you are in the teaching field as well. You have done marvelously well with Jonathan. And this program, may it continue and may it never die. God bless you, my brother. That's all I can say. Thank you very much.
We must continue. You know, ignorance is the highest disease. The Europeans used ignorance to seal us. You know, all these black inventions. You see all these things in European and Western museums. and libraries. They keep it. But they hid it from the African grassroots, from the Africans in African mainland, from the grassroots. So that you don't learn, you don't know. That's why somebody have to come start asking who is our ancestor. Oh, they were killed. Oh, this religion, Christianity, forced us by killing us and slaughtering our ancestors. They say, and so what? And so what? Well, they kill our ancestors, and so what? That is what a human being is saying. Whereas Canadian indigenous population, they made a case out of it. You know, they continued clamoring for apology, his dignity, to recognize that, look, we have been wronged. Our ancestors were slaughtered. We have been wronged by this church that said they come to save us. And the Pope, out of their consistency, Pope Francis that is still alive, he traveled last year. It's not up to 6 months. He went to Canada and openly apologized. I asked myself, I say, but why can't Pope or Archbishop of Canterbury come to Africa, come to Nigeria and apologize for what they have done to us as a people? Now, the answer rests in the question of our doctor, our dear doctor. Because our people are not intelligent enough to understand that dignity is more than anything. That we are wronged in the first place. Our people thought that many of us believe that the Europeans did, they even did good to us. They did good thing to us. So why should they come and apologize? Whereas even we didn't recognize. Our people didn't recognize that the Europeans wronged us. This is the same tactics the British wants to use in order to sweep Biafra genocide under the carpet. Because a time will come for them, as long as we continue upholding the religion they slaughtered us in order to impose on us. Now a time will come, we will forget about Biafran genocide and start blaming even ourselves, blaming Ojuku. We are the cause of the war. So after all, the Fulani didn't kill us. We are the cause. This is exactly, and it is happening one by one in our land. Because they know that we have a very light mentality. We forget very easily. You know, just like a child, you slap a child, beat him. The next minute he's crying. The next minute you give him biscuit, chocolate. He start jumping up and forget what you did to him, that you slapped him. Exactly, this is how some of our people are behaving. They give us a computer. They give us a car. They brought a car to us. Okay. Then and they killed us. What is it? We should be even grateful for them for coming to develop us. Oh. So we have come caller on let me see who is there. Caller on WhatsApp, you have been here for 15 minutes. Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, Mazi Jonathan. May God you. It has been a while. Last. Today I just though I didn't start from the beginning. I just so manage say me dim tionum no kwa. We na only boss I get cocoa mob here. About our voice. Our mommy, I thank you so much. You are doing a great job. This is the reason why we are born. More may understand. I'm that Biafra. And thank you very much. I need very well. The thing they have done to religious is to destroy our mentality. Her plan very well, and they did it very good. You know, comment here, all these churches say, who will us, one deeper life, one praise be, one assembly, one choosing. All these churches say like this. Onye ọbụla na-aga choosing another person na-aga different church as a not one of them.
As enemy.
So which is very very wrong. All the very wrong, and or a mix of division. Which or they get good. And actually our people, we are one. No matter the church you attended, we are all one. Number one. And another thing now, some chokwara ikutu oku baksalayabo. This gospel, and they preach every Saturday. A lot of people are motagi hanye mepele a lot of people charela because of this gospel and every Saturday about religions. Choka help ka to zerinde bayaka because some people get this gospel. They made mistake. Whereas ndị fake dibia na game ihe okita ihe feel is na say ha ekpekula church that na ha bazie na ha sozie ndị okita. So achọm ka direct our people very well because a lot of people have confessed that no tell her for church. So ihe na preach here ọ bụghị ka ha for church bụ ezo ntụ na-adịghị mma. If at all they talk again at church, leave with them because our fathers, many of them are at church. My own father are not to be in a church until young one, but a woman or woman your job. And every December, my father has so many bags of rice. Yours were onions, zwama crayfish, zwama the whole of our compound and village. Ogage church. Nkaga say no church or they preach Ogage church. So if at all somebody decides Oga like a church, that does not mean that a guy does went to na degema. Our leader, only our leader. If many of us do not understand it, let me remind you, our leader said that we are whiter than snow. So that is who we are. Irrespective of any religious you belong. If a Christian or Ibonyo
Mazi, let me interject here. Just before you before you conclude.
Okay.
You know what you are saying. You are making a valid point. You know, one thing we should understand, people that are listening to me, mostly people in Biafra land, because people in diaspora, without going to church, church even sometimes is a distraction. There are many other things to do and to go to. So this thing is mostly people in our land, because nature abhors vacuum. What we advise our people do, I've given an example of Matthias Isaac. He's doing the right thing. Our people should also start gathering. Let us say in this era, in this world order now, Sunday in our land, Sunday is a work-free day. That is it. So if people should start gathering, even if it is in the house of maybe few people, in the houses of one of people, like-minded fellows, instead of even go, if you are not going to church, now people will gather. And this teaching, any person that knows something about our ordinal can start teaching it. It's part of it. You understand? So it's not people should not wait when IPOB will come start setting up big churches, mega big ordinal place, or our traditional religion center. So no. You can start it just as like in Biafra land. IPOB gatherings are no more conspicuous because of the times we are in. In the diaspora, we have many things to do, many places to go, even IPOB meetings, you go there, that is it. But in our land, our people are deprived. deprived of this. So sometimes you see that even some people are going to church not because of the preaching or anything, but just for socialization. You go there, you meet friends, you know, after all, maybe you don't go to nightclub because of insecurity. You go to church, music, like this, it helps you will share your cholesterol, unwanted cholesterol in your body. It's part of it. So, but if people say, okay, we are not going to go, because if you are going to church, you go with your brain now. Many our people are doing that. Go with your brain intact. But if you decide not to go, like-minded fellows can be gathering. Even if in the house of people now, on Sunday, so time now, gather now, kai go for Zio encourage ourselves. It is ordinary. It's part of it. It's part of it. When you have cells like this, small in communities, in towns, in places, in like this, before you know it, you start bearing very big fruits. Mazi, then we'll continue and please round up.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You have addressed it very well to our understanding. Another thing I'm trying to the reason why we will remain strong in this fight for freedom. I'm living here in Togo. Here, so that our people now know that all the to work, relocate to any place to Biafra land will relocate. Do you know that in Togo that I'm living? Now here I will get to say. Now here I have right now. They not to go now no loom.
What? Mazi,
I am going to say. Could you believe that the government may believe on one day without consulting anybody, and they believe on one day the Akokasha shop. For example, how I say actually use have a courier. Anytime over, I decide the car require. I get request to find go based on Mandanya Nogano. Any not to go no luma, you can call. Even my shop Nogano Hakutu now. After everything, easy chakwa shop, here request the parking. Those moves Nogano. Oh yeah. So I see it as a which is very, very important that everybody put your hands together in this fight. Time wire, open one day, and freedom. I locate for this place. Because we are seeing a lot of things here.
Mazi, let me address this. What you raised up.
Okay.
The reason why you are suffering that is because we have no government, we have no country. Do you understand? We have no country.
Okay.
These people, they cannot go and knock down places where maybe other nationals are staying just like that, treat them anyhow. Their government will react. You understand me? They will cry to their embassy, their government will react. But we have no country. Let me refer you to the sufferings of the Jews in Europe. Exactly the same thing. Exactly. Because the Jews never had their country. They never restored. Do you know why they were suicidal in restoring Israel in 1948? Because of what they suffered. In Portugal, they killed them. Because the same way we are scattered all over, that was the same way the Jews scattered for generations. In Portugal, they have Jewish community. And they were doing very well. Anytime the Portuguese king wants, if maybe you want to lose credibility in the people, everybody will turn against the Jews and go and destroy their land, destroy their properties, kill the ones they will kill, slaughter them. And no government, because they can refer themselves as Portuguese. but they are Jews. They don't have any government to talk on their behalf. The country they are claiming to be their country, they don't care about them. If they do that, they will keep quiet. In Greece, sometimes they will go to Greece, the Jewish community in Greece, they will deal with them, they will slaughter them. And they destroy their properties. And they will cry. The remaining one will cry and cry. No person cares for them. And they will keep quiet. They'll continue doing it in one European country to another. Always, for decades, for centuries. But the one that made them to become suicidal was the Second World War. It touched every one of them. Because before, when it happened in Portugal, others will say, no, it didn't touch here. Oh, I beg, maybe it's their fault. You know, our people are money mongers. So the Jews, maybe they have caused wahala because they used to cause wahala. A blame when their own people in Germany, in other European countries, will start blaming, judging them, blaming them without even knowing the reality. You understand? So but the one that made them to start looking for their country by fire by force is when he touched all of them at the same time. No, they didn't have any place to hide. From Russia down to Portugal, east, west, north, south, Europe, they were hunted like wild animals, wild beasts, and slaughtered. After the Second World War, those that remained, they say, oh boy, let us cuckoo die finish. If we don't get our country now, we are finished. So they became suicidal. What you are suffering, you are experiencing. Others are doing the same thing. Our people are doing the same thing in Nigeria, in different parts. Because we don't have any government, nobody to talk for us, no backup. You understand? If we have Biafra, Republic of Biafra, before God and man, no person, I say, no government will treat Biafrans, touch any Biafran without repercussion. You understand? That is why, if we cannot be suicidal in restoring this Biafra, we are gone. I know, just I know, chaff, no, we are gone. We should have a country that cares for us. Anywhere a Biafran is touched, anywhere in the world, it becomes the government matter. Like Israel today, do you know that they have Jewish Iranians? Iranians that they are in Iran, they are Iranians, but they are Jewish. Even if they are Iranians, if Iranian government or anything touches them anyhow, you see Israel will react. Any Jew in the whole world, any place in the world. Do you remember in the 1970s, during the time of Idi Amin in Uganda? Some Palestinian terrorists, they held one aircraft hostage. You know, they took one aircraft hostage and released every other person and landed in Uganda, in what is the capital of Uganda? Entebbe. He landed in Entebbe. And Idi Amin was supporting all those terrorists. Now, do you know what happened?
Yes. The PLOs.
Yes, the PLO, Palestinian Liberation Organization. Yes. Do you know what happened? Because they had a country. You know, they separate. What they did is that all other passengers that were inside that flight, they released them. They released all of them. Now, once they see your passport as a Jewish, they return them hostage, about 126 or thereabout in Entebbe. But do you know what happened? As they were negotiating, they said they give them, I think, how many days to do it, to release the terrorists in place. They give them conditions, otherwise they will kill all of them.
They wanted the Israelites to release the terrorists they imprisoned. That was really why they hijacked it.
Exactly, they hijacked the plane. Yes,
that's when they were looking for the state.
Yes. Now, what happened? The Jewish IDF, the military, they came secretly, secret operation, and cleared. They flew all the way from Israel, thousands of kilometers, in high secrecy, below radar, and entered Uganda and slaughtered the whole terrorists and killed the whole terrorists and released their people. That is the place where the brother of Benjamin Netanyahu, I think either the senior or the younger brother died.
No, it was his. I think that was his son or something like that. His name is the brother. His name was.
He's a brother. He's a brother, not the son.
Yoni.
Yes.
Okay, Yoni.
Yes. So that is, he was only the victim in the.
He was the only one that was killed.
That was killed. Yes. So, had it been, they don't have any government, they will be slaughtered, all of them, and no person will, the highest European Union will give warning. We condemn what happened anyway. There is no space for terrorism in this world. And their MC, United Nations will come and talk. Anyway, peace, rest in peace, we pray, Pope, we pray. Because they had a country, they have a country, their country have to fight for them. That is why anywhere you are hearing my voice today, as a Biafran, you are not involved in what you are doing. You are not only stupid, you are foolish. You are a fool. You are a fool, and you are a fool. Mazi, please go on and conclude.
Thank you. I'm okay. You have addressed everything. Everybody have to put hand on the ball. Can we take Biafra so that I give more respect to the whole world. Thank you. May God bless you.
And you too. And you too. There were.
Yeah, Mazi, quickly to add to all you said. Remember those people, the people can go and look at that movie, 90 Minutes at 10 Tables. That's the name of the movie, documentary that was done after.
Yes.
But the people must understand from what you said, when they were separated, the Jews, the people from the state of Israel, their religion did not matter. All was important was the passport they held, what nationality. This is what we are trying to let our people know. What should matter is Biafra as our mantra. Because if the enemies comes, they don't care what your religion is. They will get to you because they see you as one race. And I thought I should add that, Mazi.
There were, and that is what we are trying to bring to our people. That thing they refer to us as one race. Let us go back to it and become that one race in truth and honesty, and get ourselves together. That is what we are trying to do. That is what we are trying to do. Instead of all these divisions in the name of Christianity in our land, divisions everywhere, mother against daughter against father, family against this is total madness. That is what we are trying to rectify here. And we are winding down slowly. Please, caller on signal. You have been here 27 minutes plus. Mazi, welcome to the program, please. Go on, please.
Yeah, good evening, Mazi. Good evening from here.
There were Mazi.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Emekis. I'm calling from Italy. Let me start from the last issue you addressed now. You finalize it and they give it a name as a slave, and that is what slave means. Why I want to go into that one first, because I'm sure you have seen where this man, what they call him, Wadike, spoke on their gathering they did in Lagos or Abuja 2 days ago. He said that the Igbos can never be a slave in Nigeria. That is understatement. We are being slaves from the creation of Nigeria. What remains? What is my brother complain from that they are doing to them in Togo? Are they not doing it to us in Nigeria?
Worse.
So now this is the price you pay as a slave, because you have nobody to protect you, either your government, either through your government or whatever. So now we have oil in Ogota from Imo State here, where I reside. Fulani from Futageno came to Igbo land, harvest what we have there, took it to Nigeria and used it to repair Nigeria and make Nigeria better, and they abandon our land. That is slavery. They decided that none of us will submit the government because we are not citizens, according to them, because we are slaves. So Okwadi kept saying that Igbos can never be slaves in Nigeria. He is making a fool of himself, because either he is ignorant of what he's talking, or you don't want to say the truth. So Igbos already, we are being slave in our own country where we reside, in our own land, not even our own country, in our own land. We are being slave. Everywhere we run away around the world. Let me tell you one thing, since the Europeans or other countries of the world find out that Buhari has died, Nigerians in diaspora are suffering. Nobody even talk about them. Even Italy, where I'm calling from now, you can't even open this card, the ATM card they call postpaid. You want to open it here, they block it from you. Nobody complains. Nobody go for you because they know you have no president. That is why going anyway. Let me tell my sister, my Haider, there's one thing I want to say now. I concern religion. Over how many years I've not even attended church. I don't go again. It's more than since 2006. Let me just put it like that. Why I will not go again is that until those that wrote the Bible convicts me that there is two gods. If they continue telling me that it's only one God, then there is questionable. This Bible, the story or whatever they wrote in the Bible is questionable. Because God can, people that interpreted the Bible, interpreted what Christ said, and believe that God sent Christ. The people that interpreted Islam, interpreted Islam based on what Muhammad told them, and they believe that God sent Muhammad, the same God. And God cannot lie. That can permit Christians to marry one wife, while the Muslim can marry as many. They can permit Muslim to cut off your hand if you steal, why the Christians permit you to pamper you and caution you not to do it again, or rather send you to prison. God cannot speak in two ways. Either, so this is the between the West Africans and the West are battling between Christian and Muslim. So when you go to Asia, I don't know what the Hindu tell them. I don't know what the Buddhists tell them there about human being. So this is where I find, unless you tell me why this law are being given different ways or these rules before I will listen to them about going to church. Then all the iconic iconography or what they call the allegories they presented about Christ, the photo camera existed from 1640 something century. And after 1,000 something years, the man they call Christ has come and gone. And they build up a camera to snap full picture, even black and white. So how do they get the real picture of that person who they are talking about? And now let me interpret from the Bible. They said that the angel of God, the angel Gabriel, came to message Mary and tell him that he will born, and he will call me Emmanuel.
And they know the names of this angel, so I don't know how they get the names. Yes. Who tell them the names?
That is the point.
Nah, yeah. Oh, angel Onyeka. But Gabriel.
Gabriel. Then listen to them. Listen to the I'm an Igbo man. If I don't speak English and maybe a foreign angel come to message me, either he message me on Igbo or on a foreign language, coach, I'll find interpreter to interpret what that means because I don't speak the language. So then Mary, according to them, speak Aramaic. So how can angel come from heaven and speak English to and tell that person's name should be Emmanuel, the son's name should be Emmanuel, or they convert? Then if they interpret the name as Emmanuel, then what concerns Jesus Christ with Emmanuel? Does Jesus Christ mean Emmanuel? That is my question to them. So, my dear brother, there's a lot of things we are doing, and they will continue to do it. Those are worried about our ancestors are not guided enough. There's something you said before then. You said somebody can be intelligent, but we cannot do. That's somehow you put it. Now, on that note, somebody can be intelligent. There's class. This our head, our brain. We have a lot of functionalities in our brain. So, These functions in our brain, sometimes, let me put it as they classify them. Brain is something that carries your body. That our leader's wife explained, which she called frontal lobe. And there's other place that can make you cannot, just like a lawyer. Somebody that's a lawyer can interpret, he can memorize things of 10 years ago. But another person cannot memorize it due to the part of the brain of his own is not working as he wants, or is not sharp, or is not blessed, or is not talented about that. But the fact is that this part of the brain of this person, as a lawyer, very fast, he cannot do a mechanic work. He can be poor. This part of his intelligence. But a poor is other person that cannot read and write can manage and become rich. This the things people don't understand about human. People that somebody can be intelligent, but they cannot do something. They say, no, but if you have money, it's intelligent. No, that is a wrong interpretation. No, they can help me ever.
There were.
God bless you.
And you too. There were. Talent is not intelligence. You can be talented in one thing. It doesn't mean that you are intelligent. You can be a car mechanic, a genius. But when it comes to administration or certain thing, you are zero. You don't even know how to do it. Caller, let me pick the last caller. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Mazi, you are the last caller. Mazi, Wajagun. There were.
Thank you very much, my brother.
You do the reggae.
Oh, hey, Biafra.
Biafra, we hail thee.
Mazi Jonathan, I just want to let you know that there's something that has been paining me for a very long time. That is about. Hold on, please. Let me remove this from. Something about this when people say that Britain or Christianity brought us civilization. It's very painful because I've been in their midst since moving over to this part of the world. I always be with the Reverend Fathers after church, very, very close to them. And when we are drinking tea and coffee, some of them, we said, oh, it's unfortunately what is happening in Africa. It is the fault of Europe. But you know what? Africa used to be number one in the world before, but Europe have fought so hard to get it out of there. And Africa can become number one again, but it will take hundreds of years. And I said to the man, thank you for speaking the truth. Yeah, it is the spirit that made you to speak it. Now, what many people don't know is that I asked my children the other day, I said, don't ever allow anybody to intimidate you at school. Is there anybody better than you in that class? They said no. So whenever anybody tries to intimidate you, means the person is jealous of you, not because he's better than you. Don't ever allow anybody to intimidate you. So where I'm going to now is there are something this British government did in our land during their so-called colonization and extortion of our coal in coal mine in Enugu. One of our members here, his father, I will not call his name, but his father was given a name. And since I hear that, I've been clamoring to call this very program, this Saturday program, to say it. Jonathan, could you believe that these British people came to coal mine in Enugu, mining coals, people that came to work, they asked the name, they said their Igbo names to them. They said they can't pronounce that name. What do? They bring paper the following day, come to work, and print two names, front and back, and put it at their back, at their front. So this my comrade, his IPAB member, when he was saying it, I was shedding tears. His father was called Albert, by fire by force. They just put it in front of him and the back of him.
This is a name from today. Your name is Albert. And they never changed that name till today, till he left this world. So these are the kind of intimidation they give to our people, subdue people to the extent, my brother, my brother, what this Britain do, This Britain,
And Mazi, you see somebody in a self-doctor that is defending all these atrocious acts in our land. In the name of Christ, he is defending it. It's baffling. If maybe it's an ordinary person that is not maybe learned, it could be understandable. But when you see somebody of that caliber talking the way he's talking, I say no. Stay far. Honestly, it pains me a lot. It pains me. That we should be killed. What does it mean? And so what? And if we are slaughtered, what does it mean? You don't know that you, as an individual, you have a chromosome of your ancestors. You are a manifest of your ancestors. You don't know. Mazi, please go on and conclude. Because
I will leave it here because you know me. I think I will not allow me to say some 30 things. I just want to leave it here. Keep on. You are doing well, and our leader must be released. All hail Biafra.
Almost hail Biafra. And there, this is where I'm going to, switch off the phones because we are closing to 5 hours, honestly. Nwada, please come in and make your closing remarks.
Okay, Mazi, let me do quickly. I'm going to pivot to what our brothers just said, one or two. Let me put it this way. The easiest way to exit any religion, that is to leave or to be forced to leave any religion, is to be very close to the clergy, men and women of that particular religion. Believe me, if you get close to them, because that was the main reason I left, you'll be so disappointed that you have no choice than to exit. You'll be disappointed and confused. So if you want to stay in any particular organized religion, please don't get deeply involved. Stay at the periphery. You'll be okay. As long as you begin to get involved, deeply involved, and you are an honest person, somebody who believes in truth, fairness, and equity, and you begin to penetrate or have access to the inner feelings of the religions, trust me, you will not last there. You must leave. I will leave it that way. But let me get to my closing argument. Now, I'm going to talk about one brother, an inventor of many things. His name was Garrett Morgan. He invented a lot of things. Because why I'm bringing him in, people try to argue that Western civilization, Western education is what brings in or what has brought in science and technology or inventions. The argument is not necessary. So you don't have to be educated in anyone's culture or dialect to be. You are intelligent because your DNA is wired that way and the environment you're exposed to, which is not your health. This our brother was just a grade school teacher. Morgan that enhanced people's life, including one that revolutionized transportation, which was what? Traffic lights was invented by a slave, a black slave. He said Morgan was born in Kentucky in 1877 while still a teenager. He left home and moved to Ohio in search of work. He first worked as a handyman in Cincinnati before landing in Cleveland. I would like us to go and search about this young man. He started as a seamstress, but because he was paying attention, he was able to come up with a lot of inventions he patented. Like I said, one of them was traffic lights, okay? And other ones. But then let me move to the main thing. The traffic light we're all enjoying today, some of us would think that it came from a white man. No, it was invented by African-American slave.
So the question I want to ask us is this. Have any one of us asked this question? Because when I began to do this, like I said, I brought in a lot of materials. Although my system, I must apologize, disappointed me a little bit, but I was able to catch up. Talking about the ways of our ancestors. Again, I'm not talking about what people have made it to be. They were certain, when it comes to medicine, when it comes to spiritual ways, our ancestors were healing. They were healing with herbs and roots. And they had the spiritual dimension to their healing, which you call spiritualism. For example, yes, we talked about inoculation. Vaccination and inoculation is when you want to inoculate the physiology of the body to prevent diseases. But there's another inoculation, the spiritual inoculation, which they will, put markings on you and inject certain kind of herbs and roots. These things are vibration. Now, I am glad that I reminded us, or I mentioned to us, a young man from Sierra Leone right now, who has invented, what is it called? I think I read it. His invention is that using the vibration coming from people walking, when people are walking, the vibration that comes from the movement of the shuffling of the feet, this young man is able to generate electricity. What am I saying? These are dimensions that the white man is trying to get into. Our ancestors were there. I call it quantum physics. I call it metaphysics. But let me go to my argument. Our ancestors, because there was something somebody showed, I looked at the other day, even though I was aware, I have been there, I know this knowledge. That's when you talk about the traditional way of the Benin, Republic of Benin. People talked about how our ancestors worship snakes, how they worship crocodile. But let us know that you may condemn it, but you that is condemning it is even using it today. Symbol of medicine and pharmacology is. Has anybody taken time to ask that question? Because I looked it up, I was aware of it long time, and I asked questions. That was when I made the researches many years ago. But let's look at it from Wikipedia. It said, the staff with the snake has long been a symbol of medicine and medical profession. It originates from the story of the Asclepius, who were revered by the ancient Greek as a god of healing, whose cult involved the use of snakes. Go and look at the badge or the emblem or the logo of your doctor, even in Nigeria, anywhere. You will see a staff that is winged with two snakes that crawled on it. Snakes. Now I'm trying to bring out here the wisdom of our ancestors. Like where I come from. AK, the python. We don't kill it. Our ancestors referenced it. It is called Ogugurago. I tried to ask myself why. Why were they referencing this god? Not worshiping the snake. But have anybody wondered, was it a medium through which our ancestors were body shaping or shape shifting? What do I mean that? They were using that medium to move on spiritual things. That was why they reverence such an animal. Some people reverence a crocodile. That when you go to medical symbols, these are the things you will see. It fascinated me. Even when you go to Bible, serpent was used, the snake was used as a healing symbol on a stick. When you talk about Garden of Eden, the wisest of all the animals was a snake. Now our ancestors predated all these cultures. Your ancestor, my ancestor, used these animals as a medium of communication into the spiritual world for healing. There was something else that fascinated me when I looked at this, the symbol of the logo of pharmaceutical and medicine. The snake is wrapped around a staff When you go through Wikipedia, you tell you the staff was the staff of the goddess, the staff of that was carried by the Olympia god Hermes. That is the Greek god, I believe. Let me say, because I don't want to misquote anything. You know? Yeah, I said the symbol of medicine, the maker said it originated from the story of Archipelus, who was revered by the ancient Greek as a god of healing. So that was his staff. And I asked myself, I know that our civilization, when I mean my ancestors, I go way back, millions of years back, but when established that existed before all this civilization. My ancestors, your ancestors were one of, if not the only, society or community. They revere this god, these animals, they use them as symbol of movement in the spiritual realm, symbol of acquiring knowledge or wisdom before the Greeks. But then there was something that called Ofo, the staff of an Igbo man. Because when they come out in the morning to call upon Chukwu Okike Abiama, not only will they do the ritual, but they will use this staff to release the energy. Compare that to the logo of the pharmaceutical industry when it comes to medicine and pharmacy or pharmacology itself. Let's go forward a little bit because I'm trying to close quickly. I asked myself, why the snake? It took me to an argument. The healing properties of snake venom from ancient times to modern cancer treatment. Hello? There are diseases today you and I are experiencing that we are not in the ancient times. That will tell you that our ancestors knew a whole lot. Let me read this quickly. It says, the snake venom is not as a method of treatment from antiquity, but only today science manages underlying here to unravel some of its secrets. Your ancestors, my ancestors, knew most, if not all, the secret of using the snake venom and the snake itself as a method of healing. He said, but only today science manages to unravel some of its secrets. In this article, you learn what snake venom contains, in which medication it is found, and how it is used, as well as it has any application in the treatment of cancer. Snake has been used from the time of your ancestors, my ancestors, to the time of the Greeks. But yet, you and I, or some of us, will be quick to see what is happening in the Republic of Benin. I used to travel there before I came out to Nigeria, from Nigeria. I'm aware of that festival. But Americans, white people are going there to learn the secret, to understand that festival. But we that are Africans, what do? Undermine them, speak against them. They are voodoo.
We condemn it. Whether you are making a point, we condemn it. Ignorant. Oh, but this religion. No, we don't know. Whether, please go on.
And why I'm bringing this is to provoke us to go and do research. Don't take my word for it. He says snake venom in antiquity and folk medicine. But he's telling you today, the medical and pharmaceutical are trying to catch up with the knowledge of your ancestor and my ancestors. The science manages to unravel. That is a known thing. It's what you unravel. Some of his secrets. But we have it. We ignore it. We trash it. Our ancestors were worshipping snake. That's the way they will put it. But now, your so-called pharmacists, your so-called health practitioners, carry the logo on their body proudly. I'm sure that some of them don't even know that it's two snakes wind on a
they call it, I think, Kadusi. What they call it? Kadusi or something like that.
Yes, they may not even know that's what they're carrying. They just carry the logo. They put it, it looks good. He said, influences of snake venom on the body. Medicine that contains is a whole lot. People can exploit that. I'm not going because if I start reading, it's going to be a whole lot. But let me conclude here. Another thing that blew my mind that is happening recently. Do we know that this present COVID, this vaccination that is a breakthrough in today's world, when it comes to invention of production of a vaccination, it's a breakthrough because it's the first time the world as a whole was able to produce vaccination under 1 year. It's a breakthrough. But how did it come to be? Let me give us this kicker. He said Brazilian viper venom may become tool in fight against COVID. Study shows. We're still talking about snake. He said Brazilian researchers have found that a molecule in the venom of a type of snake inhibited coronavirus reproduction monkey cells, a possible first step towards a drug to combat the virus causing COVID-19. You see why we are saying let's go back to the ways of ancestors, just like in the time of Israel. We are not saying that people should go and begin to do bad. No, what we are saying is let us figure out what the ancestors knew we didn't know. Let us go back and engulf ourselves in researches and figure out those things that made their world better than our own. They knew more better than most of us today. Some of the things they did, we are not able to duplicate them today. Science and technology is still trying to grapple to understand the mystery of some of what your ancestors and my ancestors did. That's why they are called mysteries. They are trying to catch up. But no matter what you do, the foundation takes you back to that mother continent called Africa and toward the south and west. That's who we are. That's what we're supposed to be. But until we come to that realization, where we acknowledge our potentials and understand that the only thing that be hindering us is what? Environmental factors, which we must hold the leaders of our society responsible, because they're the ones that are supposed to give us those thresholds, give us those things that will inspire us, encourage us, make provision for all these are great giving God potentials to flourish and express themselves. We must get Biafra, because that's the stepping stone. That's the first thing that can give us that. Whether you say from philosophy, psychology, medicine, religion, tradition, food and everything, all goes back to Africa. All goes back to my ancestors. Whether we like it or not. Look at where we have been. Since our ancestors came up with the kind of food we eat, we have not even been able to improve on them. We're not even talking about coming up with new patterns. We can't even come up with new ideas. Even some of the things they handed over to us, like Uri, which is a natural toner, we have not made use of them. We are allowing them to go into extinct. The white man will travel from here, come there, and cultivate them, and use them, and create jobs. We must be thinking. We must subject ourselves to thinking, ask questions. We must stop looking at conflict as a negative thing, but as a positive thing. As they say, necessity is the father of invention. We must take that approach. We must have that mindset. Peter Lee, he took a university in Texas to do a research to give us the medicinal values of bitter leaf water, and now they have capsuled them. This is huge job industry. Where do you have the bitter leaf? Onubu. The hometown is where we come from. In fact, I remember when I was growing up, Some of our parents were using them to make borders and fences. You barely can find bitter leaf today. So it's not that we don't have the resources. It's not that we don't have genetically wired or potentials. It is because the colonial masters know that the best way to get us down and continue to be subjugated is by what? Colonizing our mind. And the easiest and the quickest weapon they use is religion, because they know, organized religion, because they know that we're emotional individuals. This is the problem we have. That's why we're hammering religion, because it doesn't matter how you go about it. All roads to invention, human intelligence, takes you back to Africa, takes you back to our ancestral land. So what am I saying to us, brothers and sisters? We must realize who we are. Nobody can save us except we save ourselves. Because the people you want to save you, they understand your potentials. And as long as you continue to be a student, your master will continue, your lecturer will continue to be your master. Until you can think more than your lecturer, your master. Until you can be in a position to educate your master, take your own life into your life in your own control, be in control of your own lifestyle, you will continue to be a servant or a slave. Because you can never be greater than your master until you rise above that threshold that has been capped over you as a standard. We are great people. We must realize that. We must try to find out that thing that made us unique, that thing that makes the Western civilization to be afraid of us. We have them. They are God-given potentials to us. We must remove this clog they put in our eyes, in our minds, and take care of our future. Then we can rise up. They know this. They know they have blinded us. We must wake up. And only us can wake us up. Mazi, I'm going to rest here. Thank you all for listening to me. And I must apologize. My system gave me a little bit of problem, but I think I was able to recover a little bit. Hopefully by next week, I have a whole lot I prepared. We'll continue to march on. Again, it's not about any particular religion. What we are trying to say is, we are great people we must be. And the only way we can be that great people again is having a common value that affects you and I, that we cherish so much. Until we get there, I'm afraid the struggle will continue. God bless you all. Thank you for letting us in your homes again. This is Mariam.
Nwada. You said it all. Dear friends and lovers of freedom, what we do here is to stimulate, activate our brains into action. That should be. That is it. What the Europeans smartly did is to introduce their foreign ideology in a way that they should be able to manipulate us. The belief system they bring to us is to make us stagnate our thinking faculty. Imagine, I used to, see this. You see a hardcore Christian. You ask him normal questions. Like all these things we discuss here. He will leave you. Instead, he will be casting demons inside, telling you that you are demonic. Because that is what they programmed him to be. They programmed us to be like that. Not to make use of our common sense. Like when our brother was talking, Angel, Gabriel, Angel, I say, okay, and how do we know their names? Angels, how do we know their names? Angel Michael, Angel Gabriel, Angel Charles, Angel Theoda, Angel this. How do they tell us their names? This is a commonsensical question. But when you ask it a hardcore Christian, you will say you are asking foolish question, that things of the spirit should not be understood. And I ask, are you in the spirit? We are human beings in human life. In this life, you understand? So, what we are trying to do is to bring back that brain, bring up back our brains. Bring back our brains. We have been existing. The fact that I am here speaking to you, Mazi Namdekano is there, Madam Haider is there, we are there, seeing each other, means that we are alive. The fact that we are alive means that somebody gave back to us. The fact that somebody gave back to us means that somebody gave back to them. It goes on, it went on and on and on and on till our ancestors. It means that before the Europeans came, that we have been existing, which means we have been living life. Do you understand me? Which means we have been organizing ourselves, eating food, living life, doing daily activities. Had it been we were good for nothing, as some people purported us, our ancestors to be, we wouldn't have been in existence. We would have killed, our ancestors would have killed and eaten themselves into extinction to the extent that there will be nothing like Mazi Jonathan today. There wouldn't have been nothing like Dr. Donald. Let me say it. There wouldn't have been nothing like anything like Nwada, Mariam, Haider. So, but for the fact that we are existing, it shows that we came from somewhere. And those people, these Europeans came into Africa first in 16th century. 16th century. If you understand me. They came to do business with us, which means we knew our ancestors knew about business. Had it been they came and there is nothing like business and they just came and stayed, which means we are not existing as human beings. But they came. Do you know that our people, we have been exporting soap, ncha. Soap was invented in Africa. Do you know that? In Africa. Benin Empire have been exporting soap to the Europeans as early as the 15th. When the Portuguese came, they didn't know anything about soap. All these things, you don't know it. But somebody will be questioning who is our ancestor. They came and we are doing business together. They take and we give them. They give us. When now they came for colonization, was when they used when you send somebody go and buy me something in the market, thank you, thank you, sir, and you give him money. Are you not going to start wondering? Did you think that I give you the money I dash you or taya barekele? Which means only when that's it. This colonization started when our people now understood that these people now, they are no more coming for business. They were now coming to take our land. That was when resistance started. Which means we have been doing business with them. So they thought that they can cheat us. We are people that they can cheat, and they started with coming with their Christianity to soften us. To make us being softened to dance to their tune, anything they tell. If you want to resist, they say, no, children of God should not do that. You know, these are people that brought you, you are God, Jesus. So allow them to colonize you. Just accept it with all happiness. Remember, you have a place you will go. A place after this world you are going to rejoice. But those people that are killing us and colonizing us, aren't they supposed to be going the same place ever? So all these things are, when you look at it, it's just absurdity. I'm telling you honestly, and nothing more. So we should come back to our senses. These people, they have messed up with our brains for so long. We should come back to our senses. Restoring Biafra with our senses are full swing will give us a country of our choice, not a country of their choice, which they want us to be. No. So that if we make too much noise, they say, okay. We don't want people to give us our country or the country they want us to be. We want to take our country of our choice with our core values as the bedrock. In Nigeria, we are nothing. What are you going? Who is a Nigerian? I used to ask this. Nothing defined. Who is a Nigerian? Look at our brother, complaining about how they are treated in Togo. We have no backup, no government, no person cares for us. You understand? If we have our country, no person will mess with any Biafran anywhere. It doesn't matter. You see Americans, they commit crimes in other countries. Their government comes to them to help them, though they commit crimes. Even if they commit crime, their citizens commit crime anywhere, their government comes to them to help them, to give them the normal help they should have. In our own, no way. You be law-abiding citizen as you care to be. As long as you are answering a Nigerian, you are nothing. Igbo man, you are simply nothing. You know this Fulani, they have fallback. Fulani, they have fallback. They can change and say they are not Nigerians, they are from, Mali. And okay, they give them the respect. They can change and say they are from Burkina Faso. They can change and say, no, we are Sudanese. They can change and say, oh, no, we are from Mauritania. To any country they wish. But we are the greatest losers. We don't have no fallback. Only that place we have. Do you see the mess we are in? That is why we should join together in doing this thing we are doing. Stop falling to this illusion of Nigeria. Nigeria can't give, there is nothing, we die in Nigeria. We are being slaughtered as Nigerians in Nigeria. So let us be wise. Wisdom is needed. We can never have peace and unity under foreign influence, foreign religion. No. Anytime they want, they whine it. You understand? You can go and marry as a Catholic. You yourself, you want to marry a CMS. You go, you marry the person of your choice. But your Reverend Father will say, no. Yeah, according to Catholic creed, you don't marry another, you must marry from Catholic. What are you going to do? The same thing to Anglican. Say, no, you don't marry another person. Now, you damage the life of somebody. And you live with the consequences. Internal consequences. Troubling you. Stress. That stress and bitterness will live with you. Even the person that you should marry but you didn't marry. Why? Because he's from another congregation. Do you see the demarcation, the confusions, the disunity we are having? It is voluntary. Because even Europeans, they fought heavily in order to demarcate themselves. Though they are Christians, but they pour blood, they spill blood in order to be free from each other, from the Holy Roman Empire. Do you understand that? The Americans, the Europeans that went to America to settle as colonies, most of them were persecuted as reformists. They went to America and started persecuting the indigenous people, slaughtering them. Many indigenous people in America, they are extinct. Many tribes we are completely extinct. But these people, those people that committed all these atrocities, they are saints. Because they are now ancestors. They are saints. We revere them as saints. Whereas condemning the people that suffered, the victims, we condemn them. Can't we make use of our common sense, please? Because common sense is what makes you a human being. Common sense. That is what we preach here. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, Biafra is our religion. Biafra is our religion. Many people don't understand when we say this, that Biafra is our religion, which means there is nothing more than Biafra that you can hold. You understand? Nothing more than Biafra in your life. Do you understand that? That is what it means. Because our religion, we hold it to the highest esteem and nothing more. Thank you for listening. Our leader must be released. He is being tortured in DSS dungeon. Our leader is not undergoing this torture because he is answering Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He come from Kanu's family. No. He is being tortured because he is the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. Nothing more. Any person that tells you wants to, privatize him as a family member, that is rubbish, nonsense. Because without IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu wouldn't be even arrested. He wouldn't be renditioned. You understand? And without IPOB, there is nothing any person can do. If you say, okay, leave him because of he's a Kanu family, they will just kill him and nothing they can do. But he is our leader, the leader of a worldwide movement. The structure our leader left is why we are still standing. It's why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is still alive. Do you understand? Therefore, we must continue. Our leader must be released. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, together with Nwada, Mariam, Haider. It is simply good evening.